to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item of business is the adoption of the agenda. And I think there might be are there some amendments that need to be put on that?
Yes, sir. Mike, be up.
There you go.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to add for an ordinance amending the county jail operations and maintenance budget for 2025.
That's for the next meeting.
Next meeting?
That's for the next meeting? Okay.
Okay, we won't do that.
Okay, we won't do that one then. Not this one.
Was there another one?
That was the only one I had for her.
Yes, sir. I'd like to add a new item for tonight's agenda, and it's on the assessor's GIS manager position.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to add this to the agenda. Is there any discussion? I see. Any, if there is none, all in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? And there are none. Okay, so the adoption of the agenda is concluded. And now, item number 4 is election of the committee chair. Do we have any nominations for committee? We got Willie, when the light turns red. Oh, is that right? Was there more besides, did I miss some? Okay. Could you do me a favor and mark some of them down? You see people.
I nominate Lisa Ecke to be the chair.
Okay, we have a nomination of Lisa and a second. And we have further, I believe Ms. Koger was next, is that correct? There you go, lit up like Christmas.
Okay, thank you. I nominate JP Chandra Washington as chair.
Do we have a second? Okay. We have a motion and a second for nomination of Chandra Washington. Is there any further nominations? There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know parliamentary procedure or our procedure that well, but I thought the assistant or the vice chair would move up to chair. And so are we out of order by selecting a chair? Because I thought that you were chair or would have been automatically chair.
That's why I'm here right now, sitting in until we get a chair elected. I'm opposed to sitting in it from here on out as chair when I was elected as vice chair. If I had to.
I guess I oversimplify things. I thought a vice chair would move into chair when a chair steps down.
If I was vice president.
Yes, that would be a good example. Okay.
Is there any further discussion on this issue? And I see none.
I'd make y'all would throw me out if I said I want to nominate David Wilson because I don't want to accept his resignation as chair. So, but I don't think he'll take it, so I'll just hush. Thank you, David.
I won't second you, but I don't blame you. All right. Yes, sir.
So you would remain as vice chair, if we're interpreting this correctly?
Well, it's on the agenda. I'm open for any other nominations, but, well, yeah, I would do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now how do we want to do this? We've got two. You want to just do a show of hands for Ms. Washington, or who do we nominated Lisa first. Well, let's do a show of hands for Lisa Ecke. Is it 11? Is that correct? Was that what it was? It was 11? I'll take your word for it. I thought that's what it was too. Y'all can probably hear me when I'm whispering on this thing, I can tell. It was 10? All right. Somebody's making fun of my not being able to count. I only got 10 fingers.
You gotta take one of your shoes off.
Okay. So, we have, do we need to go ahead and see who votes for Chandra? Yes. Okay, all right. I can use all the help I can get. All in favor of Chandra Washington? Yeah, the man's holding up 5. I agree with that. Okay. So, we have a new chair. And so, I need to, pack up my stuff and get.
Thank you. You sit in the vice chair place.
Well, is there a vice chair place? I can be vice chair over there in my regular seat. I have to behave more when I'm right here in the front. Behave better.
These are yours.
Are you sure these are mine? Okay. Maybe they belong to whoever was supposed to see. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you.
We better leave these here. There's not any pictures
Oh,
anymore.
can I have my computer so that way I can see what's going on? Goodness. Thank you, colleagues. This is unexpected, but I'd like to say thank you for this challenge. Continuing with the agenda, we have on item number 6, Upskill Update by Carlos. What? Yes.
I wanted to make a motion that we go ahead and conduct elections for the vice chair, even though there seems to be a consensus that J.P. Pond do that, but on the agenda, it says there will be an election of committee vice chair. I don't want anyone to say that we're not following the agenda.
I stand corrected and I accept that. Item number 5, we are accepting nominations for the Vice Chair of County Services. Do I have any nominations? I have J.P. Lyons. Mic on.
I nominate J.P. Pond.
I have a motion by Kyle Lyons and a second by Justice Ricker for Butch Pond. Are there any other nominations? I have J.P. Koger.
Thank you, Chair. I nominate J.P. Chandra Washington as Vice Chair.
I have a motion, and I have a second by Justice Lopez. Are there any other nominations? Then I move that the nominations cease, and we'll vote on J.P. Bond, Justice Butch Pond as Vice Chair. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All in favor of Justice Washington? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Congratulations, Justice Pond, you're Vice Chair of County Services. Okay, moving on to item number 6. We have Upskill Update by Carlos Morales. Hi, Carlos. What is it? Just state your name. Carol. Thank you.
Good to be with you all.
Is your mic on? Is it push it, if you would, please?
Can you hear me?
There we
That's
go.
so much better, isn't it? Wonderful to be here. I'm Carol Silva Morales. And I'm here to provide an update to you on Upskill NWA and its program. So you're going to see behind me, facing the audience and then facing you, the presentation that I've sent to David. Thank you so much. I can get started and tell you, as I see we've got some newly elected justices sitting in the chair. Congratulations to everybody who was just elected in. Upskill NWA is a sectoral-based workforce development program, which basically means that we serve the needs of industry. We were announced in July of 2021, and we formally launched in January of 2022 with 100 Northwest Arkansas residents in the program. Since that time, and you'll see as we walk through the presentation, that we have graduated over 100 Upskill NWA participants, 89 of whom are working for us right here in our Northwest Arkansas hospitals.
That's terrific.
Isn't that wonderful? And from a very personal standpoint, I'll share that I have personally benefited from Upskill NWA participants who are working in Mercy clinics and had the occasion 2 separate times to be served by Mercy by Upskill NWA licensed practical nurses in our Mercy clinics, and it was a very special experience. So more about Upskill, I'll get started, so there's no delay in the program. I'll only take as much time as I need to give you this information and be able to answer any of your questions. But we're, as I mentioned, a sectoral-based workforce development model, and if you picture a Venn diagram with 3 concentric circles, employers are at the top. They advise Upskill NWA of what are their most high-demand jobs, and then we work with educational providers that are one of the other circles to ensure that the programs are available to support those positions. One of the examples I have of a newly added program and working with those education partners and employers is the Med Lab Tech role. It's in high demand. We heard about it through a formal feedback session that we have with our employers every fall, and we were able to add it as an offering or program that we support. It launches at NWAC in fall of this year, so we're super excited about that. That's exactly the way the process is supposed to work. The third circle is social services. Upskill NWA seeks a non-traditional student, and our purpose is to upskill them into high-demand, high-wage careers in healthcare. This non-traditional student is about 24 years of age or older. They graduated from high school or they have a GED, but they do not have a high school diploma. They do not have an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. And so, therefore, we really are upskilling them and giving them an industry-recognized credential that they could then use to give themselves a chance at upward mobility. Right in the center of those circles is where Upskill sits. So we are a program that pays 100% of all tuition, books, and fees for our Upskill NWA participants. We also provide each participant who is a college student a career navigator, and that career navigator serves as their mentor and coach as they're going to college. That career navigator is assigned to that person for the duration of their college. So if they're pursuing a bachelor's degree, then that Upskill career navigator will be with them for 4 years. And if it's a certificate program, it might be 12 months. An associate's degree will be 2 to 3 years, depending on the program. I feel very strongly that that's the secret sauce, and that's what's contributed to our success. So I'll share with you what the success metrics are, understanding that you don't have a visual, but I'm going to try and deliver this to the very best I can, because Upskill NWA is a winning program for all its stakeholders. And I mentioned the stakeholders are employers, they're the educational institution where our participants go to college, they're the community, and most importantly, they're the participant themselves. So when we look at the success, what is important to our educational institutions, it's retention. We've established a goal of having at least 60% of the participants in Upskill graduate from college. Our actual metrics are 88%. And that's significant. It's significant when you consider that college retention rates, and this is as of last year's impact report, we can see that part-time college students persist in a program roughly 35% of the time. A full-time student is higher at approximately 57%. A reminder that Upskill participants are 88%. So it's a win for the participant, and it's definitely a benefit to the college where they finish going to college and graduate 88% of the time. For the employer partners, what's important is that they get a workforce. So for the college graduates, we said we wanted at least 75% of them to be placed in our local hospitals. Our actual is 88%, and that is since 2022 to now. So we've now developed a really great trend line. So our average is 88% placement. Of those graduates, 90% were placed within 90 days of graduation. So again, these are high demand careers in healthcare. And when we look at the participant themselves, we set a goal that at least 75% of them would advance their income by $15,000 a year or more, or that their household income would grow to above 80% AMI, which is roughly $50,000. The actual is an increase of $32,700 a year just for the participant, or 132% increase in their salary from the time they began with Upskill to the time that they graduated. Oh, good. Okay, let's skip to, keep going, 4, let's look at 5. Right there. Perfect. And so for the community at large, again, Washington County, Benton County, Fayetteville, Rogers, Bentonville, those cities and municipalities that supported Upskill with their ARPA dollars, the financial impact of 89 graduates that are earning $32,000 a year. Let's skip over to the next slide, David, because this is the money slide, so to speak. What we see here is the simple math of 32.7 times 87 graduates over 5 years is a financial impact to this region of $14.2 million. As a reminder, that Upskill NWA participant is a resident of Benton, Washington, or Madison County. They sign a commitment that says that they will work in one of those 3 counties for 2 years post-graduation. So this is a guaranteed workforce for our employer partners and a great return on investment. So let's skip to the next slide, because I always want to make it a point to share that Upskill NWA is a regional strategy benefiting the entire region because the workforce is upskilled. And I think we'll all agree that registered nurses and radiological imaging sciences and med lab techs coming soon are all skilled. And they're valuable. So we're putting into this region highly skilled, resilient workforce, and we're contributing annually to the growth of registered nurses and other critical healthcare workforce. We're also doing this together. So we flip to the next slide. You'll see that it takes a lot of people to contribute to the success of an Upskill NWA participant. Not only does it take funders, which you see in the black, it takes academic partners in the green, it takes employer partners in the blue, and it takes community organizations that serve as partners for Upskill in the orange. And you'll notice that some of those orange hexagons have green outlines. And that's because they serve three functions. One is they either refer their participants to Upskill, like in the case of Dress for Success. We refer to Dress for Success for needed resources for those participants. But Dress for Success also delivers part of Upskill's programming. They've delivered the Career Readiness Workshop for our graduates for the last 4 years, or now they're going on their 4th year, excuse me. So we're super proud of that community that we've built to support that Upskill NWA resident. And I thought it was important to share with you so you know, like, this isn't about glorifying Upskill. I mean, it's a fantastic program, but it takes a lot of people to do this work and make a difference in the lives of the people that we serve. So if we go ahead and switch to the next slide, you'll see that these are actual Upskill NWA participants. I know that's an eye chart, so I'll make sure that you have the PDF version delivered directly to you. But Oma is in the orange there, and her testimony is that her life has taken a upward progressive direction, like the name says. Tyler Peacock and her 2 beautiful little girls say that Upskill has helped to change and end their generational poverty, their cycles of generational poverty. And Marisol, with her 3 beautiful boys, is an Upskill NWA participant who also qualified for one of the affordable housing communities that Accelerate Foundation has built, and has said that, let me look at hers, affordable housing is an amazing opportunity for me and my boys. She's actually saving $600 a month in rent just by being in one of our communities. And I want to reiterate that our participants live here in Northwest Arkansas. They thrive here in Northwest Arkansas because they're working here in Northwest Arkansas, and they'll directly impact the economy. We saw a $14.2 million impact just from the graduates we've had so far, and we're adding 56 more graduates this year. Another thing to point out here is that Upskill NWA and this type of workforce development program is an impact, it makes a 2-generational impact. 51% of the participants we have are single-parent households. What data has shown is that for other participants of these kinds of programs, specifically Project Quest in San Antonio, whose model we have adopted here, 70% of the children in their household for their participants go directly to college against a baseline and national average of 45%. This program changes not only the participants' lives, but the lives of their children. It gives them the ability to be able to live and thrive in Northwest Arkansas, which is incredibly purposeful and impactful. And if we look at Washington County, flip to the next stage, you'll see that your investment actually has 113 active and graduate students, and they're distributed across various programs. So you see the largest blue line is 58 are registered nurses. Then we have radiological imaging sciences. That's our 4-year program at a UAMS, and it has 27 Washington County residents. 10 are in the licensed practical nurse program. Then you see 6 respiratory therapists and surgical techs, etc. There are 51 Washington County graduates that are currently employed in our Northwest Arkansas hospitals. 15 of them are licensed practical nurses. They came right out of the Northwest Technical Institute. 14 of them are surgical technicians. They also came out of Northwest Technical Institute. 8 are radiological imaging sciences, and 8 are registered nurses, and then you see the other ones spread out. So Washington County is a significant contributor to our region's healthcare workforce, and this has been just since January of 2022. So I'm very proud to be able to share that data with you, and I'm open to whatever questions you have. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to be here and be able to share how your investment is going.
Thank you,
Yes,
Director Morales. And thank you to Upskill for providing a pathway to the next generation, leading them to a brighter future.
Yes,
That's exciting. I'll open up it for any questions that anybody has. Okay. I have Justice Koger.
Thank you. I'm not sure, my question might be to you, Mr. Chair. How do we... I'm sorry. Okay, how do we get a copy? Could we send that, could you send a copy of your presentation to Mr. David Allen, then he could send it to us?
Yes.
I think she said that she
I
would
sure
do
did,
that,
and we'll
yes.
make sure that you have
Okay,
it.
okay,
Just
thank
make
you.
sure. Good question.
Because I didn't catch all of it.
Do you have a question? I think that's it. And
Oh,
this is
sure, you're so welcome.
This is so encouraging.
I'm so excited. I am. I've forgotten to share some really special thing that I'm going to make sure I give to you all so that you can read these. Every orientation, we have the participants write thank you notes, and then we deliver them to the cities and counties where they live. So I want to read a couple of these if you don't mind, and then I'll leave these with you along with a card that shows our metrics, the same ones I shared there, but in a much prettier way. And then a flyer that tells you more about our program. It also includes the income eligibility here, but I'll send these digitally so that they can be distributed. And then I also want to schedule a one-on-one with each of you to be able to share more about the program and even go deeper into any demographic information that you might have or programmatic information you have. But this one comes from Megan, who lives in West Fork, that says, I want to give a huge thank you for this opportunity to proceed in my dreams for nursing, to be able to provide better for my family. You've made my dreams come true, and I'm so blessed. It has made me cry. Thank you so much. And you'll see she put a little heart there and left her name. This one comes from Hallie in Elkins, who says, thank you to all who make this life-changing opportunity possible for so many. This program is the opportunity of a lifetime for me and building a hopeful future for me and my son. I cannot thank you enough. This is why I do what I do, because I got to meet these two remarkable women at orientation. It's my commitment to you that you will get an invitation to come and meet them in the fall orientation when we bring on the next group that's with us. But thank you for letting me share that.
Director Morales, I do have a question. Do you have a graduation?
Yes, we do. We have and I can send graduation announcements and invitations as well. So each program has a different graduation date, but we have 166 Upskill NWA participants at NWAC. So the largest class will graduate from them. And what's really awesome about Northwest Technical Institute is that our Upskill NWA participants have garnered 80% of the top awards in the last 2 years. So we have Nightingale nurses, 2 of them at Upskill. Super proud.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much
You're
for
so
an
welcome.
encouraging report.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give this to David, and then I'll make sure he has the digital file.
Please do. Thank you. Moving on to Thank you, Justice Stafford.
Thank you, Chair. just before we move on, I just wanted to thank Upskill and the Accelerate Foundation for all the great work they've been doing. And for some of the newer JPs, the connection why they give us an annual report is because they got off the ground thanks in part to seed money that Washington County provided, along with Benton County and some other community partners. It was our American Rescue Plan money that we got during the pandemic, during the Biden administration, that we voted on to use for this great program.
Thank you, Justice Rose Stafford. And so true. Okay, moving on to reports. We have item number 7, the Juvenile Detention Director Tinsley's report. Good afternoon, Director Tinsley. How are you?
I'm well, JP Eki. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good evening to the County Service Committee members. Here's the monthly report for February 2025. This report for February 2025 is covering 28 days of data. In the month of February, we had 29 intakes, with the average length of stay being 4.59 days. The average daily population for February was 17.40. The highest number of intakes were domestic battery third, misdemeanor at 8. Of the 29 intakes from Washington County and Madison County, 15 were from Division 3, 14 were from Division 8. There were 5 total transports. 1 transport was performed by Marion County, and 4 were performed by the Washington County JDC. Are there any questions that I may address at this time?
Are there any questions for Director Tinsley this time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, JP Eki. You all have a wonderful evening.
You too. Thank you. Number 8 on our agenda, we have the Sheriff's Office. We have Sheriff Jay Cantrell, their monthly activity report. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Jay Cantrell, Washington County Sheriff. You've got your report 8.1, I hope, in your packet. Details our activity report for the period January 16th through February 15th of 2025. Our calls for service are holding steady. Nothing alarming there. Detention intakes were up over the same period for the prior year. We sent more people to prison. You can see that our average daily high count was up some. I'm happy to report, though, that today that count is about 50 less, so that's good news. I'll give that credit to the prosecutor's office and the circuit courts, who have really been working hard to process and to get these people through the system, and so that's been very beneficial for us for our detainee count. Federal prisoners are 77. Our pretrial average daily population at the time of this report was 520, but that number, thanks to all their hard work, has been reduced to about 440 today. So we're thankful for that. Be happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Are there any questions for the sheriff? I have Justice Koger.
Thank you.
Is it on?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Yes, so you said that we're down from what's on here. Here we've got a daily count of high of 798, and it was about 50 less. Do you know exactly?
At 4 o'clock, it was 757. But
Okay.
This morning, when I looked this morning at 5 a.m., it was 747. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
What about the number of people, men and women, that were sleeping on the floor?
I didn't bring that number with me this evening, but it's been running close to 150, so I'm certain that number's down.
It's down?
Yeah, but I don't have the exact number with me. I didn't print that. I'm sorry.
Do you have anyone in the jail who tested positive for COVID?
Today we have 0 COVID positive detainees and no one in quarantine.
Okay.
No one in isolation. So yeah, thankful for that as well.
Okay. I don't know if you can answer this tonight, but maybe you could bring it for next month. And I'm glad to hear you. One of my questions was if you were beginning to see the results of Judge Taylor's attacking the backlog of the criminal cases that we had and the other judges. But I wonder, is there any way we could see how many people who had been in jail pretrial and went before Judge Taylor, and then their cases they were sentenced, and then instead of going back to jail to be locked up, they were out?
Yeah, I can work on that, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people that come to our court are out of custody that might get their case resolved too, but I can try to find some numbers for the people that were in custody.
I just thought that would be interesting.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Sure.
Do you know, we used to get a report that showed how many had been booked and how many had been released OR or bond?
Yes.
I wonder if we have that, because we had like intakes of 883.
Right. So we had, for the month of February, we had 345 detainees that were released on a sheriff's order, and all those are misdemeanor detainees.
Okay.
That's the only ones the sheriff has the authority to release. And then we had 62 that were released on their own recognizance for the month of February. And that's up from 44 in January that were released on their own recognizance.
Okay.
So 507 detainees total were released without being required to post any type of bail.
Okay.
So
Thank you very much.
over half, well over half.
Are there any other questions for Sheriff Cantrell? Seeing none, have a good evening. Oh. No. I'm sorry. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 9. This is an ordinance creating a new planning and zoning law in Washington County and for other matters pertaining thereto. I believe this was tabled to this month's County Services meeting. Judge Deakins, you have the floor. Good evening, sir.
Chairwoman Ecke, first of all, congratulations on
Thank you.
Chairmanship. You've been in that seat before and done a wonderful job, so we look forward to working with you, and I hope that
Thank you.
my staff and I will do whatever we can to help you, and just let us know. I kind of want to reframe us here right now tonight as we're working on this planning ordinance. I want to admit some things, maybe you guys can admit some things, and we'll kind of see where we're at. But here's what I have to say tonight. We started this as service to you guys, the Quorum Court, my staff and I want you to know that. We started out with very pure hearts to try to work and do the legwork for you guys to bring you something that we thought would be very good. Now that work started long before I ever got to the judge's office. That work was started underneath Judge Wood's administration, working with both Jeff Hawkins with regional planning and our legal and planning staff. So here's where I think we got lost. This got way too political because I heard it from these comments from this horseshoe. It was the judge's plan. The mean, bad judge is trying to take this over and consolidate all the power. And I hope you guys have heard the explanations behind why we did what we did. But here's the unfortunate part of where we lie now. I regret that map that was ever released, that first ever map. And I think that got misrepresented very early on. It got miscommunicated. That map was for us to show you guys, like, if we created the criteria of along every highway, that's what that would look like. I know that disconcerted you, and it certainly disconcerted the public. The problem is we still have a huge issue here. And now we've inflamed the public politically, and I find this is going to be very difficult to accomplish for the people. So at the end of the day, they're the ones that are hurting. So my pride's not in this, guys. This was never the judge's plan. I'm trying to be honest and hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, this was something that we thought was good for Washington County. And so we've also heard from you guys that you guys want to own this process, and we've tried to be respectful in the front end to say you guys do own this process, for no other reason than statutorily. All that said, that's fine. I cannot keep staff engaged in this process like this. They have regular occurring jobs. And so all that to say is tonight, we feel like we're delivering you our final suggestion. And then you guys can take this from here and work on it and make it whatever you guys want to be. And we'll certainly try to support you as much as we can with that. Here's my caveat to each one of you tonight. This has gone on for over a year. We never planned on it taking that long. Staff has gotten a little bit behind. We're also certainly behind in terms of, if you remember, one of the big things of this ordinance was it consolidated all our 80-plus other planning ordinances into one ordinance. And maybe we didn't make that very clear because it certainly disconcerted the public to have 300 pages of planning all of a sudden. But remember, that was a consolidation of many ordinances. What I'm asking you tonight, if you consider, and you're still uneasy about the zoning section, we have to have what I'm calling the standards package passed. So if nothing else, please focus on all of those standards and exception from that zoning section. If you guys want to continue to work on the zoning section, assuming that you still think that's something to discuss and whittle on, that's section C of the ordinance, we're begging you to have the decency to pass to isolate that off if you want to, and pass what I'm calling the standards package. We have to update what we're doing after so many years. That will let Dr. Atta continue his work. That will let him put more public-facing information out there on our website to be more transparent with the public, and you can continue to do the rest of that zoning section or whatever else you guys want to do. We have not received any comments or questions about, once again, what I'm referring to as the standards package. We've never received any questions from that I'm aware of, or consternation with that. That's all just the things that we have to follow. The other thing I want to share with you guys, we had the opportunity to go to the judges conference a couple weeks ago, and we've of course also been watching the state legislature. Planning is in the crosshairs of the state legislature. And so what I'd like for also you guys to say is, we have a neighbor right out here, the city that actually hosts this wonderful courthouse, who I think is a shining example of what the state legislature is not wanting to see. There are many things that Fayetteville has drawn the ire of the state legislature, and I think we can see that right now. Mm-hmm. So the other thing I'll leave you guys with is that ordinance recreated was trying to be the minimal planning to have some basic standards. We were trying to be minimally invasive into either the applicants or the landowners or the neighbors. And so that was our, now whether or not you agree with that or want to continue to debate that, that was our intent. But I want to give you two bills that you need to be watching through the state legislature right now. The first is SB 324. That's a planning board statute that's going through the legislature right now that will update the requirements of who can serve on the planning board. The main tenet of that is that the state legislature is now going to require a majority of the planning board members to live in the unincorporated parts of the county. That is very highly expected to pass. That I believe they consider themselves to have the votes. The other one is HB 1510, HB 150. This is the more consequential of the two. HB 1510, what it does is it is a bill to remove the extra jurisdictional territories of the municipalities and the state. So we talk a lot about that, and we've talked a lot about that in our work here on this ordinance, correct? That these cities have these planning jurisdictions, these planning areas. Well, if you remember, some of our neighbors here in the south part of the county, Fayetteville issued their master plan, and it angered a lot of our neighbors down there on Mallywagnon because it had, I'm not even going to act versed in the details. It showed a road or something that was going to be improved, and many people. So what the legislature is going to remove those planning jurisdictions from the cities. And I think that is passed the House through a very difficult fight, and it is expected to pass the Senate. It passed out of committee this afternoon, and it's expected to pass the Senate ASAP. They think they have those votes there. What that means is this problem is here. Mm-hmm. This problem is getting worse, and those planning jurisdiction areas, assuming that bill passes, planning in Washington County is going to get much, much more intense at the county level because that's where those businesses are going. And that's, once again, ladies and gentlemen, why I beg of you, please give us that standards package so that we can start that important work in those planning districts with updated, new, and communicable standards, if that makes sense. And so with that, Chairwoman Ecke, I thank you for your time.
You're welcome, but I believe that there's some questions that,
I can answer
You're gonna be
general
done?
questions, detailed questions. I'm going to kick it to Dr. Atta.
okay. I have Justice Massengale.
Thank you, Judge. So when you say a standards package, how would we define that? If we were gonna pass what you call the standards package, how would that be a certain section or?
Well, what I would recommend, and Counselor Lester can come up after me and clarify this anymore, if you wanted to move forward with just the standards package, I would amend what's in front of you tonight and remove Section C. I'm sorry, I keep calling it C. Section 5, the zoning section. We can then bring that back as an independent standalone ordinance or whatever else you'd like to do that separately, if that makes sense, so that we could go ahead and start the work on this standards package. If I can accept something, and I'll accept this, I've held Dr. Atta off in the last couple months of trying to get the standards package because I thought we were making some progress, but I don't know that that's true anymore. I can't hold him off anymore. It's beginning to be a little bit selfish on my part to put him, and now he's got some new staff members that will be joining his team. I'd like for them to learn and orientate as much as possible on the new standards package. Did that answer your question, J.P. Massengill?
It did, thank you.
Okay.
I do have a question just for my own edification. I don't see where the ordinance is to remove Section 5, correct?
Yes. Counselor can correct me too, and he can come. I believe it's starting at Section 5 towards the end, and he actually has some handouts here. It might help some of you. Can we go ahead and hand these out, Chairwoman Ecke?
Yes, sir, please. And in the meantime, I do believe we have Justice, oh, there you are.
I'm hiding.
You're on.
So I want to go back and build on some of the things. I planned some points I want to make because I think there's a ton of misinformation that's been going on over the last several months, and I thought it was dying down, but it came back up in an email this last month before we got to this meeting. I believe we need this. I believe we need the zoning. But if that's a holdup, I will support doing the standards package and coming back to the zoning. But I believe the zoning section is what we need. First of all, to your point, the size, right? The size of this ordinance is 180 pages. The size of Section 5, which is the zoning, which is all that's been changed, is 22 pages. So the only changes we're really talking about is across the 22-page. Everything else are the standards that have been in all these other ordinances that we've consolidated into one for the benefit of our citizens, in my opinion. Now you can find it one place, you go to it, okay? I want to talk about the zoning and the appeals process because that's been a huge misinformation, and I notice we've got an amendment coming in. I had created a process flow, and it was back on the table with the ordinances for everybody to see. Okay, I'm gonna reference this, which is why I wanted to make sure everybody had a copy of this as I go through these points. I'm gonna start with the appeals process from a zoning standpoint, Section 5. If you look at that process flow, you come into the top, the first question is the parcel zoned to the zoning level that's required for the proposed use? Yes or no? If the answer is no, you come out the left of that, and a package is created to come to the quorum court to address the zoning. All right? That zoning, you go through, it comes to the quorum court, we do our readings, we either approve it or disapprove it. If we approve it, we come back up and we go through what's called the technical review, which is looking at the standards that was referenced earlier. If we don't approve it, then it goes out to appeal to the circuit court. And to be specific, and I appreciate the gentleman who sent the email this last week, he is very specific in sections he was referencing. Helps tremendously. So I'm gonna be as specific. On page 67, and I'm referencing what's on the bottom of the page, not what the page number is if you're using Adobe Acrobat to go through the PDF, because it's different. It's section 5K1, states appeals of decisions of the quorum court regarding zoning shall be made directly to the circuit court within 30 days of the decision and shall follow Rule 9 of the district court rules. If the district court denies and upholds our not approval, it stops. Nothing else happens. It doesn't go anywhere. It's dead because you can't do that proposed use in a parcel that's not zoned for it. So it's done, it's over with, okay? So if you go back to that, and let's say that the parcel is zoned appropriately for use, you drop down and you go through what's been referenced as the technical review. It goes through all the standards that the judge referenced, all those standards, right? Standards on lot and block standards, street design, storm drainage, culverts and bridges, water systems, sanitary sewer, flood hazards, and a whole lot more. So you go through that, and you notice in that process, there's a lot of different meetings and a lot of different diagrams that have to be provided by the applicant, et cetera, that goes through. I believe we have engineering contracted that comes in and helps us through that process. What should that proposal be doing in those areas to meet our standards? Once it gets through that, it goes to the planning board, okay? The planning board makes a decision that either all the criteria that has been identified through that tech review is applicable and should be supported and approves it, or they add to it and approve it, or I guess they can deny it.
Yeah, and at the same time, they can, like, hear from
Dr. Ada, thank you.
so they can hear also from, Yep, good evening, everyone. So the planning board can also hear from the public, like their feedback, if they don't like come to the, if they don't send us any feedback, and they can adjust or modify or add any conditions.
Right, okay.
So that's, yeah.
Thank you. So, and all that's in section 4, right? All of that description of what they go through, those reviews, the standards, et cetera, is in section 4. So you get through that process, and it talks about appeal process down about page 47, which is section 4D2AI, which states the developer or owner of any property adjacent to the proposed land development may appeal the decision of the planning board to the county judge, but filing notice appeal with the county clerk within 10 days. Further, section 4D2B on page 47 also states an appeal process to the county road superintendent decision basically goes to the judge as well. So none of this indicates what's been said for months. The judge cannot overrule the decision of the quorum court based on the zoning decision we make. Amen. The only place that goes is to the circuit court, period. This needs to be clear, okay? Because it's been out there over and over and over again. The judge is trying to usurp the quorum court's authority by being able to overrule the zoning decisions. Wrong. And I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. We just need to understand this, okay? That's the 2 appeals that are in here. The judge, and it's the standards that's going to him. And I know we've got an amendment, and I disagree with the quorum court getting involved with those standards. Those are technical building standards. I have no clue to them. I don't know anybody on the court. My colleagues have clues to them. That's what the planning board is for. The planning board and the technical review is to make sure that the developer, the applicant, is following all the county standards and applying by them. If the applicant disagrees with those standards, he can appeal it, and it should go to the technical side of the house, not up here. We deal with zoning. If you look at the CUP process, I think we have the CUP process all wrong in our heads. I know I did early on. When the CUP is appealed, when the CUP comes to the planning board and they approve or deny it, they're not really, really not looking at the zoning, they're looking at the technical standards. When it comes to us, we're looking at the zoning, period. That's what we're voting on. Should it be zoned so that can go there, or should it not be zoned so it could? So it's basically the same process when you get down to the nitty-gritty details from today to the new item. A couple other points the judge brought up. This has been going on for a long time, and it has. And I have 100% faith in our planning with Director Ada and his staff, and that Counselor Lesser is keeping us within the law. This started, and I just want to add some evidence to what the judge said. Way back when the previous administration, these discussions started. If you review the email that J.P. Ricker shared with us from Mr. Hawkins, who at the time was director of NWARPC, he tells you in that email that he's been discussing this with the previous administration. It's been going on for a long time. If you look at that email, there is an attachment to one of them that's dated October, I think of 23, I believe it was, which is Dr. Hawkins' thought of what this zoning ordinance should look like. If you look at that and you compare it to the very first draft that ever came out for Section 5, it's frickin' almost exactly alike. So this goes back to, I think we've had outside, through the NWARPC, input into what we're doing. This is what he thought we should be doing. And I think in that letter, he even addressed that what we're doing through the CUP process is not sustainable, and we shouldn't keep doing it. Last thing I want to address is my district specifically. I was not here at the last meeting. I had to be out of town for work. But I did watch the meeting because I try to prepare for these meetings. I had a constituent from my district come up and make a statement during citizens' comment that the zoning of the 412 area to be commercial was arbitrary. Frustrated me a little bit because I've had one-on-one discussions with that constituent and explained my basis for it. I'm going to explain my basis for it to all of you so you know, and it's not arbitrary. And I told him it wasn't arbitrary. And quite honestly, what I'm being asked to do is arbitrary. So if you look at Highway 412 from Springdale city limits out to the county line, it's a little over 10 miles. If you go out to Highway 303 south, it's about 9 miles. A large portion of that's already commercial. There's a few sections that are not commercial. Those sections are 0.8 of a mile, 1/4 of a mile, 0.2 of a mile, 1.4 mile, or half a mile that are not commercial. Everything else is commercial. You got commercial, maybe for a half mile you don't, then you have commercial maybe for 0.2 of a mile. That's what I'm trying to get across, okay? So to the Highway 303 has a lot of commercial in it. What I disagree with is what I'm being asked to do, which is to come in and say, that parcel should be commercial, that parcel should not be commercial, that parcel should be commercial, that parcel. That's arbitrary. I won't do that. Therefore, my decision was because we have so much commercial up to Highway 303 south, that should all be commercial. It's basis, it's not arbitrary, it's what's already there. From Highway 303 south to the county line, there is 0 commercial. It needs to say agricultural residential, which is what I left it. Highway 303 north from 412 to the county line, no commercial. I kept it agricultural residential because that's what's there and what should stay there. Highway 303 south, 412 down to 45, no commercial till you hit the junction of 45. So that stretch, I left agricultural residential. The diameter around that junction, I made commercial because there's already a commercial business at that junction. That's my basis, not arbitrary, but based on facts of what's there today. And that's the way I think we should be doing it. And I agree, I was hoping we could get it. I mean, we brought this back, I'm the one that brought this back to committee. Because we on the quorum court, I think, made a huge mistake. We sent this to the quorum court from this committee. None of us had looked at the map. The judge said that's one of the things he regrets is putting that map out there. We didn't look at it. We were so focused on the text and getting that right, we never discussed the map up to that point. That became obvious to me when we were in the quorum court, which is why I sent it back to committee. We've worked on the map. I think every JP in here has updated that map based on what they're hearing from the residents or what their basis is, in my case, of what that map should be. But in that, what's it been, 4 months since we brought it back? There's been 0 amendments other than the map changes. Thank you for bringing amendments this month. I do appreciate that, right? We'll discuss that. But it's time. We either need to get amendments, move on, make the changes we think should be made, and get this moving, or need to decide to do something else, and that's ripping out 5. And so if we rip out 5, Counselor, that means there are no zoning ordinances. It means everybody can do whatever they want. CUP goes away because it's not in the ordinance. We don't do CUPs. We don't do anything. Anybody in the county can do anything they want with their property.
No, because this ordinance doesn't repeal. This particular ordinance isn't repealing any previous ordinances.
Okay.
by reference. And so we can remove 5 and leave the CUP process in place.
Okay, so that's what that does.
For the time being until 5 gets resolved or forever.
Anyway, that's my point. I support this ordinance. I support the zoning. I think it's the right thing for the county. We have got to get in front of the changes. And we've got to make sure that where we want the commercial, we have the infrastructure to support it. Right now, under the CUP, anybody can put commercial anywhere they want as long as we vote it in. You know, somebody said something about spot. This new ordinance is spot zoning. I think the CUP is more spot zoning than this, personally. But anyway, I do support it. I look forward to talking about amendments and maybe some other amendments that may be coming so we can move on.
Is that a motion to amend?
I don't have a motion, no.
You don't have a motion?
Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
we have Justice Pond.
My question is, this package you've handed out, you're looking at us voting maybe for an ordinance that just what it just says in this packet here.
No, this was just to illustrate removing section 5, so don't pay attention to the page numbers or anything. This is just the strike through, and if you'll look on the very last page, all section 5 will say is reserved. So we'll keep a placeholder there. Should we come back and pass something on the zoning, we have a spot to insert it right here. That makes sense? So basically what you have, the overall larger package will have everything except 5, other than the number 5 and reserved. And we'll include all of those other things that our planning ordinances deal with, which a lot of it has to do with roads and infrastructure and things like that.
It's just gonna be standards only.
Standards only, yes, standards only. There's a few other things in there, but it's really the mass of what our land code has become, land and use code.
When can we see
Justice
a copy
Pond,
of
move your
that?
mic closer to, there you go, sir. Thank you.
When can we see a copy of that, what you're suggesting that we do?
What that would look like?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a copy of the ordinance. If you were just to delete all that, it's what it would look like. I mean, that's it. This would be the only changes you would remove these. I mean, I can prepare something and send it out. We typically do it in this same form, this strike-through form, but we could remove it all together so that you would see what you're looking at. But this section 5 is what would be removed. I just didn't want to print out all 200+ pages and just to show you the strike-through.
Then you're just asking us to vote to remove section 5.
I'm not asking you to do that. No, my preference is you would move forward with what we have. I think the judge's suggestion is, at a bare minimum, if nothing else, he's asking that if you do nothing else, please just get this base, what we're calling this base package, this basic package done, and we can continue to work and talk about the actual zoning changes, which is going from a conditional use process to a zoning process, to a more traditional zoning.
Thank you.
I have J.P. Lopez.
Thank you. I think I'm reading the room here from the feedback that most of us have gotten from constituents that what is controversial here primarily is the zoning, right? And I am partial to working together on this. I think I understand that this has been held up for a while, and by no means am I not interested in moving forward with the zoning, not a part of it. I think having the standards does give us a place to start. But I do not think that the zoning ordinance that has been proposed, strictly the zoning part of it, is what people want. And that is what my holdup is. Absolutely, I am more on board that we should make it easier for people to understand how and what they can build. I think that we shouldn't take people's legs out from under them. They should be able to understand what they're looking to do. But at the same time, I have not heard positive feedback from my own constituents, from constituents of many of your portions of the counties. I live in probably the most urban part of the county, And so a lot of these, I understand, do not affect me, but what I hear from a lot of the more rural parts of the county is that people are not a fan of this zoning ordinance. I am absolutely on board with moving forward with the standards. I do have one question about the standards, Dr. Ada, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Regarding the standards as it pertains to building height and the amount of staircases that we have to add, I, like Justice Lyons, do believe that we have to be forward-looking in how we look about what housing looks like. For buildings above 3 stories or 3 stories and above, is there 2 staircases that are required for those buildings?
We don't have any. Like,
We don't have
height.
anything?
We don't have any height
Okay.
restrictions.
Okay.
Because like, what if someone needs to have like a hotel somewhere, like in the middle of nowhere?
No, I agree. I think it's pretty standard that buildings above 3 stories tend to require 2.
Yeah.
I am partial that if we could, and because it's not specified, I don't know if this would be necessary, but for any building that is below 4 stories, if we only required 1 staircase, that has shown to provide more dense housing, but it also allows multifamily residential where you don't provide.
Yeah, so one thing about this, that's why we have the engineers. The engineers, like, the state and the business standard, like, requirements. So if in case, like, there is, like, a 5-story and, like, the applicant or the developer, like, provided something that is missing or does not meet the standards, they're gonna say, like, oh yeah, you're missing another staircase. So that's why we have, like, our, like, expert reviewing all of this beforehand. So it does not mean, like, every developer who brings plans, we're gonna approve it, like, just because he submitted that. Like, we go through the whole process and we can tell, no, that's not gonna work. Yeah, that's a great dream, it's, like, fun to have, but it does not meet the standards. Same as with the electric or anything else. Like, there is lots of fire marshals, some of them, they come back to us and said, well, I visited the land, like, it needs to be retrofitted to all, like, the electric because it looks horrible. And I've been, like, in many site visits, and we have to ask the applicant, before we can, like, approve you, you have, like, to at least get something done, so at least meet the standards. So it's not because, like, someone applies, you should get approved automatically. You have, like, to meet all the requirements.
Okay.
So, yep.
And those standards aren't just the county standards, there are other standards?
It's, like, it's mostly state standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's also, yeah, you have to, as a developer, you have to meet all the state standards and then come to the county. So for instance, if you apply for, like, any business and you have your perk test works, but, like, your septic design does not accommodate to your, like, design, the health department, they're not going to approve it. At that point, we're going to say, hey, like, figure it out and then come back. So there is nothing we can override. So it's like, it's okay. No, it's like it has to meet all the requirements before it comes to us as planning. So we're like the last step, basically.
Understood.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Adam.
No worries.
I have Justice Stafford. Well, oops, wait a minute. Where'd you go?
I'm here.
Are you on?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, there you go.
I wanted to thank my colleagues for their comments, in particular JP Lyons. I agree that there has been a lot of misinformation pumped out there among the public, and it's unfortunate. I think some of it is fear. This thing is really big. Some people, it's hard to understand. I think the general public, in many cases, hasn't had a good understanding of what parts are new and what parts aren't. But I think that, I agree. It's up to us to clear up those misunderstandings, because I think there's a perception out there that this does things that it doesn't do. And I agree with that. Yes, on amendments, yes, I too have been frustrated by the lack of amendments over the last 4 months. 1 month, I was chairing the meeting, and folks brought up things that the constituents had asked for or things that folks saw as problems, and nobody brought up a single amendment. Then we skipped a month because it was the holidays, and then the next meeting I was out of the country. So I've handed out handouts to everybody that have 3 potential amendments on there that I've written out. I'll explain through the whole thing, and then we can we can vote on them, or we can discuss them. If we vote yes on them, that's great. If we vote no on them, then we voted no on them. And I think it's time to move forward because we've at least, we've discussed it, we've voted on them, we've had it out, and we can get some, input from Dr. Atta, and move on. But if we can't move on, then I'm also fine with removing Section 5 out of this ordinance and moving the rest of it forward so we can at least, get those. And because I believe it is the right thing to do to get all of our ordinances combined into one document so we're not, the public, it's better for the public to know that we have one unified document and it's not, hundreds of different ordinances here, there, and everywhere. It's confusing to applicants. It's confusing to folks who want to do things with their land. It's confusing to the general public. And I think in the end, this will help clear up a lot of that confusion, even though in the short term, I know that there's just been a lot of feedback from the public that they don't understand this or this process, and that's unfortunate. Okay, so these three potential amendments, the first one isn't even really amendment.
Wait a minute, Justice Stafford, I would like for you to look at these three that you're proposing, and which of those are anywhere germane to Section 5 that deals with rezoning. We don't need to deal with those if Section 5 is removed because
if we remove Section 5.
So can we talk about those, just say this would be included in Section 5, just to bring clarity to those? Is that okay?
Yeah.
This is your amendment, and I understand that, but.
Sure. I think that, number one has to do with notification.
Definitions.
Definition,
page 5.
And one of the things that we've already talked about is that this doesn't even need to be an amendment because it was a mistake.
It's a typo.
It's a typo in the original ordinance that we've caught, because on page 15, it spells out that if you're, for certain rezonings, it's a 300-foot notification. For large-scale developments, it's a half mile. But there's another, I'm sorry, that's page 5. But on page 15, it accidentally leaves out the half-mile notification.
So that was a Scribner error?
Yeah,
that's a Scribner error.
It's basically, we need to be consistent because we copied pasted some sections. So any rezoning or anything that has to be rezoned and notified, it should be 14 days before the quorum court meeting and goes out 300 feet from the property line.
Okay.
Anything that's high intensity is like mining or anything like that, it has to be half mile 14 days before the meeting.
Okay, my question is, has that already been taken care of?
So there's
I've done it today.
Okay.
So.
He did it today. It's not in the version that's in our packet.
So
yes, not yet. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
So that, can we do check?
We can do a check on that one because that one's taken care of. It. That one is a thing that has caused a lot of some folks in the community to have heartburn and to contact us saying that we're trying to, sneak dirt mines in because we're only notifying people within 300 feet, and it's a mistake. It's a mistake, and I want the public to know.
Okay, so it's been taken care of, and it's been corrected, and all is well.
Yes.
So everybody check that one. That's the
That's
first
number one.
Correct?
Yep,
okay.
that's
Which
number
one
one.
is the second one?
Great. So number 2 is folks who've, that was the one that JP Lyons referenced with the appeals process. Some constituents have asked to have planning board decisions be appealable to the quorum court rather to the county judge. Now, I know that a lot of the planning board decisions are technical, and maybe we can separate those out from things that are conditions on the property. Can conditions, is it possible to have just conditions be appealable to the quorum court rather than to the county judge or something like that? Because I see, I follow, city councils sometimes. My husband sits on one. And I've often seen planning board decisions that aren't rezonings sometimes get appealed to the legislative body, get appealed to the city council.
I believe that this is under the judge's office and jurisdiction, the planning board.
Let's,
Yes.
one of the things I want to know, is this something we can legally do? Number two, is this something that is,
Counselor Lester, what's your
Causes
interpretation
trouble.
of this?
Absolutely. You can sit as the body that does this. But understand there are a few things here at play. One, when we look at going to the county judge, it doesn't require convening this entire body. And prior to your last meeting where you changed your pay, that meant saving the county lots of money just to have a meeting every time somebody had a question. The second issue that you've got to understand, and it goes, which now it doesn't factor in, understand that when you start having a lot of these meetings, you may get to September and you may not get a paycheck the rest of the year, and you still got to pass a budget, which includes a lot of meetings. So you guys own this. Like the judge said, this is all up to you. The second thing to understand is if you make it where it comes back to the quorum court, we're talking about a considerable time increase before people can continue with their projects. I will just tell you this as a fact because I've seen it and it's been told to me. There have been times when people have appealed projects with the hope that if we appeal it and stall it long enough, the bank will not loan these people money and this project will die. So that's up to you. I don't, again, it's not like the county judge's office is sitting going, man, we need some more work and we would like to hear these people come in. When it comes to the technical aspects of what's going on, if you look at the conditions that have been placed, the conditions are all laid out by your policy. The county judge's office, the executive branch, can only enforce your policy. You can only enforce your policy. If you come in and you say, well, we're gonna grant you a little bit of a variance, we're gonna change here. We know we said that you have to do X, but we're gonna let you do Y. You then have violated your own policy, which creates a whole nother legal problem down the road. So it really comes down to is, how that looks, how you want that handled. If you all want it, absolutely, we can make these changes. They're 100% legal. Be happy to do it. So it's really up to the quorum court. It's up to you to decide how you want to do that. Just let me know, and we'll make these changes and move on.
Okay. And I'll explain just what number 3 is before I make any motions or anything like that. So number 3 is amendments. Some constituents have said that they would like rezoning requests to go before the planning board for a recommendation before they come to the quorum court. The reason is that way we have their expertise to rely on as one more factor to help guide our decisions. Many city governments do it that way. Again, the downside of that, as Mr. Lester pointed out, is that it lengthens the process of something getting done. It does provide, on the upside, it does provide the opportunity for more public input. It's one additional meeting for public input, for additional time for folks to know that something is happening in their area. On the downside, it'll add additional cost, most likely, to projects that are coming forward because we know time is money, and any delay, any sort of addition to the time period from start to finish just adds on to those costs. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring these forward as amendments, and we can discuss them. We can vote them up or down, but at least we've let the public know that we've made a decision on them. So I would like to move to amend the ordinance to change the appeal procedure as outlined in these documents to change the instances where it says county judge to say quorum court.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Do you want to vote on them individually, like number 1? Yes or
And
no?
I'll come
Number
back.
2?
I'll come
yes
back.
Or no?
Yeah, that's number 2, and
Number
I'll come
3?
back later with number 3.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a motion and a second to consider adopting number 1, notification, or number 2. So, oh, that's right, check. The appeals process, number 2. One moment, please. Point of clarification, Justice Koger?
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Yeah, are we talking about under the little I, and starting with the appeal procedures, JP Stafford, under the little I, is it the third sentence then would, instead of county judge, are you saying that would stay quorum court, that, on that third sentence right there? Is that, and that's the only thing you're doing right now? Correct. Okay, that's good, thank you. Just want to be.
Is there any discussion? I have Justice Massengale.
Well, actually, I've got a comment on item number 3, but I will say I support this amendment, number 2, so I'll come back to that other.
I have Justice Lyons.
We're discussing number 2, right? Thank you. So I thought it was interesting something the counselor said. You know, basically the standards is the executive branch executing what we decided the standards would be. So counselor, that means if we want a different standard to be addressed or be enforced as it goes through the planning board, there's some ordinance out there, I assume, that it has, well, it's what we're talking about, has those standards. So we would do an amendment to those standards to add something we wanted to be a standard or change a standard or something of that manner. Is that a correct understanding?
That's correct. Any change from your standards that you've passed would have to be done by ordinance.
And that's all the other sections other than 5 that we've been talking about?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So we can control that, right? I mean, we don't have to control it on a case-by-case basis. And I think the counselor brings up a good point. If we go in and say, well, we're going to, in this case, say our standards aren't right and we want this standard, that has some other implications down the road, right? So I think we have the control of those standards. If there's standards we think should be in there, like you think about all the things we've talked about, noise and, you know, the guy that wanted to have how many barrels of gasoline in his building and, you know, some of that's covered by fire code and whatnot. I get that. But I know we all were very concerned about that. But I think we can go and insert standards that help offset that. So I think we control that. So I really don't think we should be involved in the execution of those standards because we define them. And it's up to the executive branch to say, I deny your appeal because these are the standards in the ordinance that the quorum court passed, and it's what we should stand by, and it's what you got to do, all right? That's my view. So I don't agree with getting involved, putting the quorum court and getting involved in looking at all those standards and disagreements between the public and an applicant on what that standard should or should not be in an appeal process. So I would not support this amendment.
Is there any other discussion? I have, oops, sorry. Justice Koger.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. We keep talking about standards, and one thing that has been brought to my attention is there's no criteria for how we make some of these decisions. Like in the old ordinance, we had certain criteria like compatibility and all that. So I haven't, if that's in this, I haven't seen it. And that's one thing, but also I agree with JP Stafford that it should be the quorum court that makes that decision, not the county judge, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I have Justice Lopez.
Oh, I have a question for Councilman Lester. And this might be for my want of understanding. So are you saying that should we make any changes, those changes would then set precedent for ordinances, that those would become ordinances anytime we made an exception?
In order for you to make an exception to a rule that you've already passed, you would have to do that by ordinance. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So if something came up and there's a standard that has been set by ordinance and you decide to allow someone to do something other than that, What you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to postpone it till the next meeting to get an ordinance drafted, and it's gonna have to go through the ordinance process. If it's a standard that is something, an ordinance that's already been passed, like you have to amend the ordinance to allow someone then to do something other than what it is.
So if I may ask your opinion on this, would this harm our ability to see things on a case-by-case basis?
No, I don't think it would harm it. I think it potentially could slow it, but I don't think it would harm it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have Justice Bruns.
Well, I just have one question, it's probably for Counselor. But, you know, I am concerned, I think you said it a while ago, but I want to make sure I'm clear on what you said. The process for appeals would be if the planning board makes a decision, it could be appealed to the planner? Is that?
No, under what we have here, any of the administrative, so anything that doesn't deal with the actual zoning aspect, if someone wanted to appeal any of those administrative regulations that were placed on a project, it's either going to be appealed to the county judge or it's going to be appealed to the quorum court. And so that's what you're considering tonight, what your preference would be. Would it be the county judge or would it be the quorum court that those appeals go to?
Okay, so legally, are we okay if we cross over branches and we hear an appeal on something that addresses to the executive branch, which is who he's under, okay, and it gets appealed to us to overturn because we have an ordinance that allows us to cross over? It seems to me that most of these ordinances should go, you know, that we would have something to do with the zoning, but then the appeals would have to go through the executive branch all the way up.
I think that's just a matter of your preference.
Okay, so we legally could do that?
Yes, yes. Yeah, the law allows you to sit as an administrative appeal. The law doesn't require you to do that, but the law allows you to do that should you choose, which is what the quorum court has chosen in the past.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment. Would you please clarify that the purpose and the reason the planning board appeals to the county judge by filing such appeals, notices of appeals, has to do with not just power and control. It's about the day-to-day operations of the county courthouse. It's here, and he's the executive branch, and it comes through the planning board, who directly works under the judge. Can you just kind of explain that a little bit and why that process is the way it is presently?
So presently, when someone files an appeal, they're appealing the entire project. And what the courts hear on those appeals are whether or not the decision of the quorum court in its legislative capacity made a decision that was arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable. And that deals with those 7 factors that you have that I think J.P. Koger said, well, they're not here anymore. Well, they're not if you go to a pure zoning, because we have zones, and we say that's where you go. And the courts have made it clear over time that zoning is a strict legislative function, and the only thing the courts can consider is the arbitrary and capricious. And so that's what the appeals are. When you allow someone to get a conditional use permit because there is no zoning, the question is, was allowing them to get that permit arbitrary and capricious? Since I've been here, I have never had an appeal where someone said, hey, we agree with the project and we agree with where it's going, but you know what? They're going to let them start at 8 o'clock, and we don't think they should start till 8:30. That's not what we get. What people appeal is the actual use of the property where it's located based on the compatible uses around. So that's what we are.
Why do they appeal to the county judge?
Well, because the process that you have set up right now says that those appeals come to the quorum court sitting in an administrative capacity, an administrative appeal capacity, and then from there, it can be appealed to the circuit court. Now, you could remove yourself from that completely, and you only are here to ratify or deny those, and there's no appeal to you, and then that gets appealed directly to the circuit courts. But the quorum court has chosen, as allowed under state statute, to sit as an administrative appeal and hear those things. And yes, there are some times where there are some suggested changes that come up on the stipulations. So far, we've not had any applicants that have had any issue. Typically, what I've seen in the 8.5 years I've been here is when the quorum court says, hey, your neighbors are real concerned about noise late at night. Would you mind shutting down at 8 o'clock on Saturday night instead of 10? And applicants go, absolutely, we can do that, no problem. Because most of the applicants that we've seen have always wanted to work with the neighbors to live in harmony, and to be good neighbors, really, because they understand what's going on. So we've never really had an issue like that. So those aren't the type of appeals that we get. That's what the type of appeal this is envisioning, because you got to have somebody's got to be able to come in and say, okay, because the planning board is not elected, so you need to be able to appeal to an elected position to say, hey, we don't like, that we have to have 3 handicap spots instead of 2, and then you've got somebody to come in and say, well, state law says you have to have 3 based on this size, or no, we can allow you to have 2, that sort of thing. Or the quorum court has passed an ordinance that says these are the standards, and so those are the standards. No one in the executive branch can change the standards that are set by the legislative branch. That's just government. And so the real issue on this comes to, really, in my opinion, the process and trying to get things done in a little bit more of an expeditious process, because we already know it's a long, arduous process. But again, that's up to you all. If you say, no, we want to be the one sitting in that capacity, we'd like them to come talk to us. Absolutely. You're welcome to do that.
It's going to cost the county a lot of money.
No. I mean, not
doing that?
Huh? No. I mean, at this point, you guys get a per diem, but you're capped at the end of the year. And even if you don't have any special meetings, then you're going to hit your cap at the end of the year. So it's not going to cost the county any extra money. I mean, it may be, you may have, some staff time a little bit here and there, but, Mr. Allen he makes up for that other places.
I was referring to the people that were appealing the project or developing the project. It's going to cost them money.
Potentially, sure, if they've got to have architects. I don't know the arrangements on those, so I really couldn't tell you how. I don't know if that's a flat fee or whatever. I don't know. As far as the county's concerned, which is kind of what we look at more than anything, is one, are we slowing down a process that doesn't need to be slowed down, or and are we making ourselves available and trying to move a little bit faster? We all know government moves extremely slow, and so anything we can do to help move that, sometimes we try to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are we ready to? I have Justice Pond. One moment, please.
Yes, thank you. The thing I was wanting to ask about these, I wanted to bring up something in the past that I've seen, and I don't know if you recall if it's been done since you've been on the court, but an individual that, or maybe a group in the neighborhood didn't agree with the quorum or with the planning board's decision. Or possibly the developer didn't agree with the planning board's decision. And they most likely were pretty sure that they were in the right. They opted to skip a bunch of this process and go on. They just went on to the circuit court. Do you recall that ever happening?
Yeah, we've had that happen before, where they've just let the process play out and then appealed the final ordinance, because you can still appeal that. And
they saved themselves a lot of time just by skipping our process, the rest of our process, and going on to the circuit court.
Sure.
There's not any legal reason why they can't do that.
I mean, there's an argument to be made that you've not exhausted all of your administrative remedies, and therefore you shouldn't be allowed to move on to that
Which
appeal.
would
So
be
certainly, sure, you
would
should
be up
exhaust
to
those
the-
administrative remedies before you move on.
Would be up to the circuit judge.
Yes.
That they go before. He
That's
might
right.
say, you gotta go back.
Right, or you missed your opportunity.
And the other thing is, cause we're still into this thing of, this section 5. Is there anything in this section 5 that we've lined out that would get in the way of, are we still gonna, where we're zoned agri and residential in a single family dwelling with a 1 acre?
Yeah, all of that would not, that's unchanged.
Okay.
If you remove this section, the conditional use, the previous zoning, all that stays in.
Then the minimum 1 acre lot size requirement
Sure.
will still be there after we,
Yes, this only dealt with the actual, if we changed
Okay.
to zoning and replacing that with zoning. If we don't replace it, then it stays.
okay. It'll still be there after we do away with this number 5.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, I will say, I think this is very good work, Justice Stafford, that you've done. And I'm glad that you brought it forth, but I, like you, in looking at both sides of the situation, delaying a project can cost the investor a lot of money and can be very frustrating when you're trying to move a project along and there's delays and delays and delays. I won't support this just because of that process. Bringing it to the quorum court would delay that process where they could get that answer from the county judge, and then it comes to us because that's the process that we already have in place. I don't think he ever keeps something from coming to the quorum court because it has to come to us anyway. But I think this is really good. It's just looking at both sides of it, and I always look at from the investor's point of view. But I think we're ready to vote.
Can the public speak if we have?
Oh, I'm sorry.
concern before the vote?
Just one moment, please. Yes, thank you. I wasn't, it's my first day in the chair. Is there, I don't think we need public comment because it's not being passed to a final process. It's not an ordinance that's being passed. It's just a consideration of the amendments that would be added to number 9, I believe. Number 9. So, Justice Koger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, if I may read this, if I understand, on page 47, under Appeal Procedures, 2A, little I, it would read like this. The developer or owner of any property adjacent to the proposed land development may appeal the decision of the planning board to the quorum court by filing such a notice of appeal with the county clerk. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, I just want to be sure. Okay, and I'm not worried about, I don't think we should be rushing things through. I don't think we should be worrying about delays. Sometimes it takes a long time to get something right. Thank you.
I just think it costs people money. I've called the question, and we're gonna vote on.
If you're gonna call the question, you have to vote on the question.
That's true. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All in favor, say no. No. The noes have it. Justice Lyons, you have the floor.
That won't be long. I'm just gonna reiterate something I said earlier. To me, it's rules, period. The role of the quorum court as the legislative body is to pass ordinances and law, not to execute law, in my opinion. Counselor, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The role of the executive branch is to execute the laws we pass. If you're appealing this part to the quorum court, we're executing laws, we're not just passing them. And I think that's outside of our role, and we should not step into that role, which is why I won't support
Is there any more discussion? We're ready to vote on approving number 2, appeals process as amendment to the standard ordinance of number 9.
Point of order. We have public comment first.
No, not for the amendment. Public comment comes after we've come through the ordinance process. If you don't mind, Mr. Allen, would you call the rolls so that way I can get a clearer understanding? I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Justice Wilson.
Dr. Burns? Justice, okay, never mind. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Justice Massengill. Yes. Yes. Justice Rivera Lopez. Yes. Yes. Justice Lyons. No. Justice Ecke.
No.
No. Justice Dean.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Justice Washington.
Yes.
Yes. Justice Koger.
Yes.
Yes. Justice Dennis. No. Justice Hires. Yes. Justice Rio Stafford. Yes. Justice Lemming. Yes. Justice Ricker.
Yes.
Yes. Justice Pond.
Yes.
Yes. Justice Bruns. No.
The ayes have it. The appeals procedures will be amended to the ordinance on number 9. Correct? We also, do I have a motion to remove section 5 from the standard that was requested?
Number 3.
Oh, you want to do number 3? Okay, I thought it was just going to be number 2.
Thank you, Madam.
Apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's
Thank
okay.
you.
Thanks for allowing me to do that. And so now we have clarity on number 2. I wanted to just bring forward number 3 and a reminder that that is, we're talking about rezoning requests. So this would have a rezoning request go before the planning board for the planning board to vote on giving us a recommendation before we, the quorum court, consider that rezoning request. So basically on page 88, under J, amendments, number 2, this would basically modify that to clarify that the planning board would first vote on a recommendation for a rezoning request or amendment, as it's called here, which would then be forwarded to the quorum court. We would still have final approval consideration. All that would stay the same. Final approval consideration resting with the quorum court. So I move to amend the ordinance to make that change.
I have a motion to accept the amendment. Do I have a second?
Well, I'd like to discuss. You need to get a second. Second.
I have a second by Justice Hires. All in favor, say aye. What?
So you got a motion and a second, and we go to discussion.
That's fine. Who's got the, okay, just one moment, please. I have Justice Massengill.
Okay, yeah, so I agree with this. I think the zoning changes need to go to the planning commission first before coming to the court. I think that's the way things should work. I did want to point out that on page 14, there's also, under approval procedure, it also, I believe, has, I think, section IV talks about the zoning action coming to the quorum court first instead of the planning commission. So I think to go along with that amendment, that needs to be fixed also.
What page again, please?
14, upon receipt of said application payment of the fee.
The motion on the floor is to consider item number 3. Is that germane to number 3?
Yes, I think it goes along with it.
Goes along with it?
Yeah, it ensures that
I
any
just
zoning
got you trying to
action.
get to 88, now I'm going to 14.
Okay.
Okay. What's your point of order?
Oh, I just wanted to just point out to JP Massengill that if he wants to amend that, we can take that on as a friendly amendment. To also change that section on page 14 under approval procedures.
On your PDF, it's page 28.
Page 14, page 20.
I think it's under B, approval procedures, 1 procedures, A, step 1 zoning action. And it would be number 4, it looks like. 4 and 5. Right. But I agree to take that on as a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. So if I could help what that means.
One moment, please. Let me get your mic. I recognize Justice Lyons.
So just to help, what I think, J.P. Massengill, and tell me if I'm wrong, please. So under section B1A, I think triple I, upon a determination of rezoning is required, the developer should apply for rezoning. Fees shall be established and modified from time to time by the planning board. A list of approved fees can be necessary at the office of the planning administrator. Okay, that's fine. So number 4, upon receipt of said application and payment of the fee, the administrative officer shall coordinate with the quorum court secretary preparation of an ordinance of rezoning and property. So that would need to be changed, as well as possibly 5, to basically send that to the planning board first before the ordinance goes to the quorum court. So there needs to be some word changes. I don't know the exact word changes yet, Director, but there need to be some word changes in there, I believe.
I need to understand this because that's
I
gonna
don't
like,
understand it.
yeah, I need to understand this first because like that's gonna change the whole
Yeah.
process like we have and like all the agendas and all the calendars we have. So basically, any rezoning needs to go to the planning board and then go to the quorum court, and then after that goes back to the planning board?
Yeah, well, so let me ask that question. That's one of the things I wanted to confirm, so thank you, Director Ada. If we look at the process, right, it comes in and we make a decision whether it's zoned correctly or not, which is step 1 of this section we're talking about. Currently, if it's not, it goes to the left. There's this ordinance prepared, there's notification 21 days, and it comes to the quorum court. What I think you're indicating you want to do, JP Stafford, is if it comes in and it's decided it's not zoned correctly, then something gets created. And it goes to the planning board, bypassing all the technical review at that point. So it comes down to the planning board. This says, planning board, this applicant would like to have this use of this parcel. It's currently zoned agricultural residential. It would need to be zoned commercial. What is your recommendation for that rezoning? And then once they have the because all I can do is recommendation, because that's my biggest point with this are rules, right? Planning board can't approve zoning. It's the Counselor, I think you said the statement, it's a legislative body process. So we have to do it. So what you're saying is insert a step that it comes to the planning board for them to provide a recommendation. Once that recommendation is made, it's not appealing, nothing. Once that recommendation is made, then it comes up, the ordinance is created, and then it comes to the quorum court with the recommendation from the planning board. We vote on rezone, don't rezone, and then I think the rest of the process would follow. If it's rezone, good, we'd come back up and go through technical review. If we vote not to rezone, then it's going to go to appeal circuit court or it's dead.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am? Am I? Okay.
I'm trying to process this, like, and how this is going to work, like, in our, like, working environment. It's basically what we're doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well,
This
the
is
only
what
thing
we're
you bypass
doing.
today, you go through the full technical review and get a recommendation from the planning board. Then
Yeah,
it
so
appeals.
they have like an informed decision, basically. We give them like all the information so they can make a decision. Without this, they're gonna say, oh, it's like maybe zone, maybe not. So that's why we have the map.
Well, yeah.
So,
And
yeah.
I think this is being
in my
redundant.
opinion, that's all. You don't give them, you don't make them go through all these different architectural plat drawings and all that to get to the planning board. If it's a zoning issue, it goes directly to the planning board. Planning board, this is zoned this way. To do it, they gotta zone it this way. What is your recommendation? Should you approve, should the rezoning be approved to commercial or should it not? They vote, yes, we recommend it should, no, we recommend it shouldn't. That recommendation with the ordinance package comes to the quorum court for us, because we're the only ones who can make a decision.
Sure.
Comes to us to make the decision on rezoning.
So my question, if they say no, is there any reason like to give to the applicant, like why they did not vote?
No,
that?
it's just a recommendation. So if their
Okay.
recommendation is no, it still has to come to us.
Okay,
Period.
so why the extra step?
Yeah, that, it's an extra step is what
We're adding a
I'm
step.
seeing.
If it needs to be rezoned, we're adding a step for the planning board to look at it and provide a recommendation to zone or not rezone.
So that's exactly what I said. So it's gonna be looked at by the planning board, quorum court, and then planning board again.
I think
Yeah.
we need to stay out of the weeds.
But the difference being, all the planning board's gonna see the first time is the zoning question.
Yeah, I'm
They're
trying
not
to
gonna
just.
see all the considerations, all the technical.
No, I
reviews,
understand.
all-
It's
So then it comes, and if we approve the rezoning, then yeah, it's gotta go back up, go through that all technical review, and then all the considerations come to the planning board for approval.
So the idea is like how what's the time frame we're looking at? Do they have like to apply on a specific day for the planning board?
Well, I think all of your.
That's the
I think all
complicated
of your
part.
timing and your cutoffs to meet the planning board
Mm-hmm.
stay the same for a rezoning recommendations as it would for a technical review or anything else. I don't think any of that changes, because they have to have time to see it, review it.
Yeah, it's like I'm thinking also like of the application process, like the forms and everything, the fees, or like how it's gonna work, and when I'm gonna tell like my applicant like when to apply, when to bring me all this information. I don't think it's just like about zoning as much as like we need to provide some information about the project itself.
If all we're talking about zoning, all should be provided is zoning. So if we go through this B, right, the zoning actions, before development of any parcel of land within the unincorporated area of Washington County, the administrative officer shall determine the proper zoning for developments, right? That stays. Upon determination that zoning is proper, the developer should continue to step 2, which is going down the technical review process, right?
Colleagues, I want to just say, this is almost going around and around and around and around and not realizing the processes that we already have. It's almost 8 o'clock and we have another meeting behind here and we're only on the first item. I think a lot of this discussion should have already been made. We already know all of these processes. I mean, this is going to be a redundant process.
I think for this third amendment, there's more changes that need to be considered and made to the ordinance to make it work that we haven't identified, so.
And like
This is going to push the project.
That's one of the things also like it's concerning. Are we gonna vote on the zoning or we're gonna remove it altogether? Because if we remove the zoning
We're not
altogether,
there
that's
yet.
gonna disappear.
Yeah, we're not there yet, sorry.
And the map is gonna go as well, so.
I have Justice Stafford. One moment, please.
Oh, she's waiting on the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say JP Lyons' interpretation of what is trying to be done here is 100% correct. The idea is to have only the rezoning portion, not the whole technical review and everything else, initially go through the Planning Commission because they are selected, they're supposed to be selected for their expertise. because they are, community members who are focused, as opposed to us, who yes, we're elected and we're the ultimate authority, but we vote on many, many, many different topics and look at many different kinds of things affecting our county. Whereas the planning board, their whole purpose and their whole area of expertise is to look at just this. So the idea is just to get their expert opinion. They can't legally vote on anything, just to get their expert opinion on a rezoning request, make a recommendation, and pass that along to us so that we have that as one more piece of information in our decision-making process. JP Lyons is probably also correct that I think there might be other, as JP Massengill found one, there might be other pieces in this ordinance that might need to be altered in order to make this change. So, and it is getting late, I agree with that. So my suggestion might be for me to pull this amendment, ask perhaps at the pleasure of Judge Deakins, if he's still here, I don't know, to see if Mr. Otta at some point before we meet again next month could come up with, work with us and maybe come up with what areas we can change. No.
This is an organic part. I think tonight we need to
You guys
really
need to come up with your own amendments. Yeah. That's the problem we're at right now, is that you're asking staff to do things, and then they just get ridiculed when they get in here. So that's why I'm saying we're done. This is up to you guys now. This is your amendments. I'll also note,
I love our staff.
The trail you guys are walking down, you've given away what was your responsibility, and you've taken what wasn't. We're walking right back to where we're at, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. We're walking right back where we're at right now.
I have Justice Wilson.
It's not ready for prime time. There are still issues.
Let me...
Excuse me, sir. Thank you. You're out of order. That's the third time. Please.
I'm going to let the next speaker speak.
Justice Wilson.
Thank you. I was just going to reiterate something that was alluded to earlier, that it seems like an additional step here. And if we're talking about zoning that goes to the planning board, that's my understanding that that's a zoning question when we do a CUP anyway, in the end result, because people are wanting to do something out in the county and we're voting it up or down, basically zoning them to do, so that they can do that. So I don't know if we need to do, we don't need to go down this road any further on this particular amendment, not tonight. And I understand it's withdrawn for now. And also, I've been thinking here for quite some time that, we haven't even decided if we're going to entertain this tonight, if we're talking about just the standards as the judge requested, or are we talking about the entire matter that includes zoning? And I think as a quorum court, we ought to decide what exactly are we putting our arms around tonight. And I think we all agree that this has been an unwieldy project. And I'm saying, I'm not making a motion or anything, but I think that it might be better if we dealt with those two items separately. But I really defer to whatever the pleasure of the committee is. Thank you.
I would really like to see number 9 move on to the quorum court with the amendment by removing section 5 and adding section 2 to Justice Stafford's amendment to go forth and get at least a standard and a process going from 80 ordinances down to just one, making it easier for our citizens wanting to invest in Washington County to move forward and not costing them a lot of money. That's the way. There's not been a motion. I have Justice Massengill.
Yeah, I want to make a motion we remove section 5 and
I have a motion and a second by Justice Lopez to remove Section 5 of Ordinance number 9. Correct? Removing Section 5 from Ordinance number 9.
Yes.
And I have a second, correct? Is there any other discussion? Do I have Justice, point of order? Justice Ricker.
Section 5 is of the Freedom Property Preservation Zoning Act of Washington County. It's not of that particular ordinance. The ordinance is accepting that document. So the motion would be to remove Section 5 from the Freedom and Property Preservation Zoning Act of Washington County.
Second that.
I've got a motion and a second by Justice Massengale and Lopez to approve the proper language for that. Can we get all in favor, raise your hand? By removing Section 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. Section 5 has been removed from the ordinance. Now, we have an ordinance creating a new planning and zoning law in Washington County and for other matters pertaining thereto. I have Justice Massengale.
I had mine on.
You're not on here. There you are. Got you on? Here you go.
Okay. Thank you,
My
Madam.
apologies.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. If, I have some amendments to make to the ordinance that we still have here.
But did you, your amendments were not adopted into the original meeting?
Huh?
I mean, no one has seen your amendments.
I know. I haven't. I was waiting for a time to bring them up, and I didn't know when to do that. I thought J.P. Stafford was going to go ahead and amend another part on 47, but she didn't do that. Huh? You didn't amend the second paragraph. I read that back, and you said you didn't. But I mean, I'm happy if we did.
Yeah.
So, okay, on page 47 of this ordinance then, we amended section A1 and section A2, correct? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I didn't understand that. Well, I still have one more amendment then. I would move to, on page 48, and section C, where it says the county judge may waive the appeal requirements. However, the county judge's decision shall be final. My amendment is to change that to read, the quorum court may waive the above appeal requirements, period. Page 48, section little c, at the very top of the page, it's the third paragraph.
I think we're just really getting into politicizing all of this. And the process is already a standard that they're using, and this is, has whatever your angst is with the county judge shouldn't be doing it.
This is germane, and I don't see this being as politicizing anything.
Oh, I do.
Repeat my motion? Okay. On page 48, at the top of the page, it's still part of, under the appeal procedures that J.P. Rio Stafford was amending. Section C, the third paragraph down, right before the next paragraph says variations. My amendment is this: C, the quorum court may waive the above appeal requirements, period.
No second.
Justice Stafford?
I'm going to wait to see if someone gives it a second or not. 'Cause
Nobody did.
otherwise I
It
have
died
a-
for lack of second.
Okay.
So now we're moving on to number 9. Do we have a motion to approve the standard?
Excuse me, but I think Ricker had a motion.
No? No, nobody's made a motion to approve the standard. No, that was a motion to remove Section 5.
Mine was a point of order on what we removed.
Yes. Well, then I make a motion that we approve number 9, ordinance number 9, creating a new planning zone as a standard to the full quorum court.
No public comment?
Second.
We're not there yet, sir.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to pass this on to the full quorum court. Do we have any discussion? I have Justice Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I think we have two identical motions on the floor. I think what the motion you just made and that J.P. Koger seconded had already been made by J.P. Massengill and seconded by J.P. Rivera Lopez, if I'm not mistaken. No?
No, ours was just to amend and
No, it was to remove Section 5.
Remove Section 5, okay. I'm wrong.
Of the
so this is now
ordinance.
to move the
This
whole
is-
thing
This
forward.
has your amendment to it,
Yes,
along with removing Section 5.
I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken.
To the full quorum court for approval.
Got it.
I have a motion and a second by Justice Dennis. What discussion do we have on the motion?
I'm mistaken. I'm fine with moving this forward tonight with Section 5 removed.
And
it
the
doesn't change
amendment
our,
added.
It doesn't. It sounds like my understanding is it won't change our current CUP process, and we'll be able to then at some point look at Section 5 on our own time and potentially move forward with that separately, and the map as well.
Correct.
Section 5 is attached to the map. Okay, great. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Real Stafford. Is there any other discussion? Oh, one moment, please. Justice Pond.
Yeah, I'd like
Keep
to,
on
I'd
hitting
like
yours
to,
twice
you
and
to
it gets off of here.
clarify what we're fixing to vote on.
We are voting on the standard amendment with the removal of Section 5 of the Planning and Zoning Ordinance and adding amendment number 2, the appeals process that was voted to add to the standard by Justice Stafford.
We're simply voting to
Move it to the quorum court.
move the amendments.
No, the amendments have been approved.
Okay.
The whole thing.
You're voting to move the
For
whole
the
thing to
standard,
the quorum court.
yes, the standard
minus zoning.
minus Section 5.
Okay, thank you.
So who made the motion? That's
I
my
made the
point of
motion.
order. I don't think the chair can make a motion. They can? They can, okay. That was my point of order.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. I have Justice Line. Oops, one moment, please.
Thank you. For removing section 5, I think we need to also remove subsection B that starts on page 14. Because subsection B basically says, it's what we were talking about before. It basically says if before the development of the partial land within the unincorporated area of Washington County, the administrator or officer shall determine the proper zoning of the development. Upon determination that zoning is proper, the developer shall continue to 2. Upon determination that the rezoning is required, the developer shall apply for rezoning, which is what 5 addresses in that whole process. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we're going to keep the CUP process, get rid of 5. So I think that section B needs to be removed as well. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a contradictory ordinance. Yes, this is what we were talking about before. This is the procedures. You determine whether it's zoned right or not. If it is, you go on. If not, you go through you go through the quorum court to get it rezoned.
Justice Lines, I believe that if we were to pass this on to the full quorum court, you would have time to make the amendment and get it out to everybody to see exactly what you're talking about. And that could be amended at the quorum court as well. But to delay this any longer is nonsensical.
Well, actually, isn't this all covered in the CUP too? The current ordinance? So all of B would go away because that's already covered. Otherwise, we have 2 ordinances covering the same thing. Right?
I recognize Justice Rivera.
Thank you.
Lopez.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm not mistaken, the reason that that was intended to be left in is because we hope to come back to zoning at some point. The idea is that at the moment we are persisting with the CUP because we have not come to a conclusion on zoning, but omitting that would then just be something that we're going to add back when we do agree on zoning, which I find to be a touch frivolous. I just don't think that we need to do that if we have the intention of coming back to deciding on zoning.
This has to do with consolidating 80 ordinances into one standard. That's what we're voting on to move forward, so that way we can expedite the process of the CUP.
Yes, Madam Chair, I was discussing, I was talking about Justice Lyons' point regarding why I don't think that would be necessary. Just because I do think that we're coming back to this at some point. That's the expectation. And so removing it just to add it back later on doesn't feel, it just feels a little frivolous in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Justice Lyons?
So my problem is if you don't remove section B, you now have one ordinance that talks about the CUP process of how you should go through and get decision whether or not that can occur on that partial. And then you have this ordinance with B in it that tells you a whole different process that doesn't make sense. So I think we need to make sure we get the right parts of it removed so we don't have that contradictory confusion for the citizens of what they really need to do.
Like I said, we could move this on to the full quorum court. In the meantime, you can get with Director Ada and present that at the quorum court with all of us having time to review it. Can we do that?
That's fine.
Okay. Point of order. Thank you. What is your point of order?
My point of order is, and I don't know where the county attorney went, but oh, okay. So it's my understanding that we're about to vote on this. Are we voting on the map too?
No.
We have to vote on the map and the ordinance at the same. What about, Attorney Lester, what about Arkansas Code 1456-416 and the Osborne versus City of Camden? You don't think that applies?
If you're not, the purpose of the map was for the zoning. If we're not adopting zoning, we already have a map and it stays in effect. Okay? Does that make sense?
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Okay. Is there any public comment? Good evening, sir. State your name and your address.
Is this on? It is on. Hi, I'm Steve Green. I live near West Fork, Arkansas. I was sitting here thinking, has the county stopped working while I didn't notice? Has it come to a crashing halt? Why is this artificial sense of urgency to push this through? There have been a lot of good discussion here with Justice Lyons and several others about concerns about how this ordinance works. Yet we have this great bum's rush to pass it. Did all your constituents call up and say, we've got to have a new ordinance? And then secondly here, please remember that the county operates under Arkansas State Code. So what might sound like it's more efficient doesn't really matter. You have to operate under the state code. And then secondly, with reference to the pain of the developers, those poor developers that are getting held up, are you representing the developers or are you representing the people of the county? I think that's a very important point here. And then thank you, Justice Stafford, for Amendment 2. I feel really good about that. And then lastly, part of the urgency was to get rid of the cup. The cup's bad. No, the cup's good. If you look at state law, if you look at case law, the cup process allows a variance from general zoning of an area for a specific and clearly defined purpose with clearly defined stipulations. Like someone wants to put in a barber shop. That's a thing. And you can have a stipulation like no public signage, no billboard. Zoning changes the entire use of a piece with no restrictions on it. It went from residential agricultural to commercial. No restriction. That's what the law calls spot zoning, and that is what gets successfully challenged. So I'll just say, I don't think there's an urgency. I think this is an opportunity to make a better ordinance. We won't lose the good work of Mr. Atta. That's on the computer. There's good work there. You won't lose it. You're putting yourself under an artificial concern for urgency. Take the time, do it right, get consultancy on what smart growth is. I find myself agreeing this evening with Mr. Lyons. 412 East, make a commercial. It's already going that way. This is good discussion. But don't do it quick. This is a chance to do it smart. Take your time. The county is still operating. The developers still want to work here. The developers aren't going away. They love us. Talk to the people. I really appreciate the discussion. There's a lot of wisdom sitting right here. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, sir.
Sherry Main, 15451 Riches Road, Fayetteville. I just want to say, to begin with, taking out Section 5 from the total sections, I don't understand that because Section 4, the name of Section 4 is Land Development in the Unincorporated Areas of Washington County, Arkansas. That's the name that you're approving without the zoning with it. I don't know how we can have land development without zoning rules. That's my first point I want to make. And then the other point is we haven't addressed anything in the general. There's a lot of stuff still in the standard that hasn't been addressed, but in the general part 1, I would like to see more clear definitions on agricultural. I know we keep going back to this, but I live in the middle of a 3-mile radius of quarry and dirt mine central. And it's very important to me and people that live around me that the wording in this is right in the beginning. If we're going to redo something, let's make it accurate as we can. In line 3, in 1 general 3 agricultural uses, that little paragraph is vague, and it's been vague ever since the zoning ordinances came in 2006. We haven't changed this wording. What we need to do is we need to take this wording and make it less subjective and address the things that it doesn't address. It doesn't address agri-tourism. That's getting popular now. Rodeos, events on farms. People are holding these and building arenas. We don't have anything regulating that. Solar energy, wind turbine farms. We don't address that anywhere in here. But just getting back to just the agricultural uses in general, we've had a lot of problem with that because the agricultural uses needs to be clear of agri-use as the current, not the intended use. We can intend to do anything with the property after we do something first, but the agricultural use has to be the intended use from the beginning. And this is all the subjective and gray areas. This can be subject to be abused by applicants, not understanding or having very vague and gray rules. Example, I've said this before, building pads for single-purpose agri-uses.
Your time has ended. I thank you for your comments.
Did you time me?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I timed myself too, and I had more time, but we'll go by your watch. Please don't pass this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Allen, will you please call the roll? I have a motion and a second to pass this on to the quorum court.
Justice Wilson? Yes. Yes. Justice Massengill? Yes. Yes. Justice Rivera Lopez? Yes. Yes. Justice Lyons? Yes, sir. Yes. Justice Ecke?
Yes.
Yes. Justice Dean? Yes. Yes. Justice Washington?
Yes.
Yes. Justice Koger?
No.
No. Justice Dennis? Yes. Yes. Justice Hires? No. No. Justice Rios Stafford? Yes. Yes. Justice Lemming? No. Justice Ricker? No, sir. No. Justice Pond? No. No. Justice Bruns? Yes. Yes.
The motion passes. Yay, moving on to item number 10, an ordinance amending Ordinance 2023-081. One moment. Okay, 12. Okay. Here we go. Right. This is an ordinance amending the vacation policy to establish a uniform guideline policies for plural use and payout of vacations. I don't know if there's anybody here to speak to. Rather than good evening, can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Just push,
Jessica Bennett.
push that.
Oh, okay.
It is?
It looked red, so I thought it was
Okay.
already. Jessica Bennett, I'm the new HR director.
Jessica what?
Bennett.
Bennett.
B-E-N-N-E-T-T.
Welcome, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you so much.
And I'm Michael Stewart, the Chief of Staff.
Yes, Chief, how are you?
I'm good. You?
Who would like to speak to this?
Well, actually, what this is it's all plus and positives for the employee, and there's no cost to the county at all for this. So what we're doing is we're wanting to remove the where it takes away the vacation from an employee at a set amount on their anniversary date. Basically, just let them build up, just like similar to the ordinance that you passed with the sick leave. It just lets it build up. However, we are keeping and maintaining the maximum rate for payout if somebody retires or leaves. That way the county's not out for a $100,000 bill after 28 years or so of paying out vacation time.
And just for additional context, this is actually the thing that we hear the most I am so sorry. We actually hear the most complaints about this in terms of the accruals being taken away. And so this really means a lot to our employees. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, I have Justice Lemming.
I'd like to make a motion to send it to the full quorum court for a due pass recommendation, because I've talked to some employees that knows about it already, and they're cheering me on.
Okay, I have a
Thank you.
motion by
Thank you.
Justice Lemming, a second, I believe, by Justice Hires. Is there any discussion? Any questions? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Is there any public comment?
I just wanted to say thank you. This means a lot to the employees.
You're
you so much.
welcome. I believe the motion passed to the full quorum court with a due pass recommendation. Item number 11, an ordinance supporting the adoption of the Arkansas Diamond Deferred Plan. I believe this is Judge Deakins. The adoption of the Arkansas Deferred Plan, compensation plan, or is Chief going to speak on this?
I'll speak on this. This was something prepared by another one of our directors who's not here tonight. Basically what this is again, no cost to the county at all. It's I believe a 457B program, so it's another retirement option for employees to be able to contribute at their own, if they want to or not. Completely 100% employee contributions, nothing from the county. It's an established plan that APERS has already.
That sounds great. I have Justice Kyle Lyons.
Yeah, just to be clear, my understanding is we have the retirement program that we put in, they have to put in X percent, but they can't add anything other than what is put in.
That's correct.
No
I
way
mean,
they
there's
can do
contributory and there's non-contributory.
Yeah,
but
there's no more. So this gives them the opportunity to put more retirement away.
Absolutely.
And have more money in retirement than what they would
Absolutely. And it's 100% only from the employees' contributions, nothing from the county.
Did you want to add something, Comptroller?
Yeah, because I was in on the meeting when it's through Stevens Inc. And the good thing about it is you can contribute to a Roth IRA, and there's not income limits. You can contribute more than the standard limit. So in my opinion, this is nothing but a win for the employees. It costs the county nothing. It's for people, actually like myself, who have not been here that long. If I want to contribute and build up a 401k through a Roth, which currently I can't do because I'm over the income limit, like I would look at that. So I think it's a positive thing.
Thank you.
Again, all positives, nothing negative to the county on that.
That's
I
great.
move we send this to the full quorum court to do pass recommendation.
I have Justice Lemming.
Mike, is it possible that the quorum court members can donate to that?
I believe that they can. We'll have to double check on that, but I believe it is.
Is this
available.
APERS? No. This is something
Well,
separate.
it's separate than APERS. It's not an APERS deal, but it's something that
Good.
APERS, actually, how I first heard about it several years ago is I was calling up, talking to APERS about it, and they mentioned this as another avenue for me.
Good.
But we'll have to double check on that to be sure, but I can let you know.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a motion and a second to pass this on to the full quorum court with a due pass recommendation. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oh, public comment. Thank you. Public comment. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Seeing that there's no public comment, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? It goes on to the full quorum court with a due pass recommendation. Thank you. Next, we have item number 12, a resolution by Justice Coger. Would you like to introduce this, please, ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm bringing forward this resolution to declare Washington County a welcoming county because words matter. While it is true that a resolution is not legally binding, it is a reflection of our values, a statement of who we are as a community, and some may be inclined to dismiss this as symbolic, but symbols hold power. They tell people, especially those who have been marginalized, that they are seen, that they are valued, and that they belong. Symbols can be powerful tools to draw attention to causes and to inspire action. So what happened was last month, the Fayetteville City Council passed a similar resolution to what I have here. After that, some members of the community came to me and asked me if I would help do that for the county, to make the county a welcoming county. And I agreed to do that. My first thing was I want to make sure that I do not do harm, but that I would try to do it. And so at this time, across our country, many of our neighbors, immigrants, refugees, and members of the LGBTQ+ community are living in fear. They worry about their safety, their rights, and their futures. Here in Washington County, we have an opportunity tonight to affirm what we have already known to be true, that this place where everyone deserves to be, that this is a place where everyone deserves to feel safe, valued, and welcome. The welcoming community for all resolutions is more than just words on paper. It is a statement of our values. It tells our friends and neighbors that they belong here, just as they are. It reaffirms that Washington County is a place where people of all backgrounds can live, work, and thrive without fear. The resolution will tell the community that Washington County is a place where they are welcome, where they can build a life where they do not have to live in fear of being othered or pushed aside. And when people feel valued and accepted, they contribute more fully to their community and strengthen it for everyone. This is about people, neighbors, our co-workers, our friends. Declaring Washington County a welcoming county is a simple but meaningful step toward ensuring that everyone who calls this place home knows that they are part of it. Tonight, I ask for your support in making this declaration. Together, let's send a clear message that Washington County stands for inclusion, for acceptance, and for the promise that every person, no matter where they come from or who they are, is welcomed here. Washington County was the first county acknowledged as a pro-life county in Arkansas. Let's also make it the first to be declared a welcoming community county. Motion to pass to the full quorum court with a due pass resolution.
I have a motion by Justice Coker, a second by Justice Lopez. Is there any discussion? I have Justice Massengill.
Yeah, I think everybody deserves to be treated equally, but I think this amendment, we're calling out specific groups here. I think this is playing identity politics, and I think we need to get away from that.
Is there any other comment? I have Justice Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard from some people in the community about this ordinance, and I want to set, resolution. Thank you. I want to just set some expectations with the public. I believe that number one, I support this. I'm going to vote in favor of it. So I'm going to put that out there. But number two, I've set expectations with the public, and I want to set expectations now to people watching. This probably isn't going to pass. This probably will not pass through this quorum court. And people have different reasons for that, and I understand that, and people may speak on those. When there's a headline in the newspaper or on social media, most people don't know who we are. A lot of people don't care who we are or what we say up here. They see a headline, they see a vote, they see Washington County Quorum Court voted down a resolution welcoming immigrants and refugees and LGBTQ people. And people in those groups, which I am one, in the latter group, I've had folks in the community contact me, knowing full well that this probably isn't going to pass through this quorum court, and feeling that that is going to make them feel less welcome in our county. And my message to them has been that regardless of how this body votes, and regardless of how any public body votes, that you are welcome here. You are a valuable person who is a valuable part of our community. You are respected, and you belong here. And that is my message to folks, no matter how the vote goes. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Justice Lopez.
Thank you. I would like to say I've been told on several occasions by different organizations that my specific district in the state of Arkansas is the most diverse district in all of Arkansas. And I firmly believe that it's one of the most prosperous because of the type of people, the type of community that we've built. It is extremely inclusive. We have people from all walks of life that work together that make my community something that I'm very proud of. And we got that way because we make those gestures to accept one another. It doesn't matter how we might feel, but we present to accept one another because that is important. Like J.P. Koger said, it's not purely semantic to tell somebody that they belong here, because you want those people to internalize that message. You want them to feel that they do belong here, because that allows them to do their best work, to feel comfort. I'm a firm believer that no one can do their best work, no one can contribute fully to a community if they do not feel that they belong in that community, if they do not feel that they are accepted in that community. And I think we set a dangerous precedent to say that anyone is unwelcome. I think that we'll find more success by being inclusive and cooperating with one another. And these symbolic gestures are not for nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before I make my comments, I just want to get clarification. I'm not familiar with the term identity politics. And so if the colleague that made those comments could explain that to me, I just want to have a clear understanding before I make my comments so I can be sure that I'm informed and accurate.
What was the term?
Identity, I think the term that was used was identity politics.
Comments.
One moment. Go ahead, Justice
My
Wilson.
point of order was in a committee, do we still require that all comments go through the chair
Yes.
instead of across the way at colleagues?
With all due respect, my comment was directed to the chair. I said, Madam Chair, if we could get clarification on that. I did not address any member of this body. My comments were addressed to the chair.
My point is, I don't know if any member of this body is required to address a question that's thrown out like that either.
Okay. Okay, well, Madam Chair, is it okay if I ask someone who is willing to answer that question to let me know what identity politics are? I'm sorry, I don't have a sociology or anything background. All I know is about dispensing drugs and that type of stuff. And I honestly don't know what that is. And I just feel that if I don't know, there may be other people who don't know. And if we're going to use a term to justify not supporting something, I believe it may be important for our constituents and for the community at large to understand what identity politics is.
Is that your argument? Are you finished?
I'm not arguing.
No, your argument in that your discussion.
There
is this.
It was a question. I just want to know what it means. That's all.
Well, I'm just asking if that's part of the discussion. Or do you have more of a comment to make?
Well, I have a comment to make, but I don't make uninformed comments, so I need to understand what that means so that my comments can be accurate. That was my original ask.
Thank you. I have Justice Massengale.
Yeah, so I'd be more than glad to explain what I meant. You know, I think Washington County should welcome everybody. And by having an ordinance that calls out specific classes to the exclusion or inclusion of others, you know, I think it's inappropriate. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Justice Hires. Are you off?
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do not actually have a degree in sociology, but I've been teaching it at Fayetteville High School for the last 18 years. And I just want to say that the reason that certain groups are identified in most of these in the same way that we call some things feminism, it's because historically, it's a group that has been marginalized, right? So when we talk about feminism, we don't call it humanism. Feminism is equality of the sexes, but it's called that because this was the group of people that have been left behind, and I think that's the exact same reason that these groups are being called out, or not being called out. Let me rephrase that. The same reason that these groups are being identified in this particular resolution, because these are groups that are being marginalized in our current situation, but also I teach these kids. And so for that reason, I will support this 100%. Thank you.
I have Justice Washington.
Thank you. So now that I have a better understanding of that, as I'm reading through this, in the first paragraph, it says that all individuals, which seems pretty inclusive to me. In the second paragraph in line 18, it says all individuals, and yes, it does specifically mention 3 different categories, but it says all. In the next paragraph, it says we believe that every member of our community, so that seems pretty inclusive. In the next community, it said, in the next paragraph, it says that we're committed to fostering an environment where every resident feels safe and respected in their homes, schools, workplaces. So I'm just having a hard time reconciling how this is calling out certain populations when in 4 or 5 different instances it uses very inclusive words like all and every. And I want to say that I get it, I don't really. If it's saying all and every, how much more inclusive can you be? And I believe that these other populations may have been mentioned because a lot of times when we think about those populations, we don't really include them in the all and every. I don't know how much more inclusive this could be. I do not believe that nowhere does it say this is only for immigrants, only for refugees, only for LGBTQ plus persons. I'm a little saddened here because to hear that there are people in our community who do not feel safe, that bothers me. I really live in this altruistic world, you know, I'm kind of rainbows and lollipops, that I believe that everybody should feel safe. And also as a believer, you know, Scripture tells us that we need to love the Lord our God with all of our heart, our mind, and our strength, and we need to love our neighbor as ourselves. And to me, this is the perfect example of loving your neighbor. So maybe your neighbor who wasn't born in the same country as you, maybe your neighbor who doesn't hold the same ideals as you, maybe your neighbor who came from another country. But this is part of loving our neighbor, and this is about as inclusive as it can be. And I think that I could understand why someone would not want to support that, and we all have 100% autonomy to decide what we will and what we won't support. But I feel that if we're using I don't want to use the word excuses, but I can't think of another less offensive word. But if we want to use that to say, oh, I can't support this because it calls out other populations, then just say, I don't think that immigrants or refugees or LGBTQIA people need to feel safe, because in essence, if you vote against this, that's what you're saying.
Thank you, Justice Washington. I have Justice Pond.
Okay, I did have some concerns with the whereas at the bottom of the first page. And, whereas the Supreme Court in Pritz versus United States, 521 U.S. 898, 1997, further reinforced this principle of ruling that federal government may not require state or local law enforcement officers to execute federal law, emphasizing the dual sovereignty structure of the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution that states the powers not delegated in the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. And one of the things that happens many times in that we pass a resolution, how does that influence other entities? And I do want to say while we're discussing this that we have between state and federal and county and city law enforcement entities and university, we have cooperation between those entities. And the reason I would say that helps in the safety of us all is that you could count on one of those maybe arresting you just as well as you could any of the others. In other words, if, let's say, somebody goes out here and they're in the process of committing a crime it's a federal offense, yeah, I believe our county law enforcement or any city policeman would stop them and arrest them for that very same thing. This is not here, this is saying in our resolution, well, we wouldn't necessarily have to if we're county. All I want to say is I wouldn't use this or I wouldn't vote for this resolution if I thought this was going to influence any of the individuals that I'm acquainted with in any of these different law enforcement entities. Another thing is, which hasn't been brought up yet, but right here during this legislative session in the state of Arkansas, maybe some of this stuff that's touched on here is going to be voted on in the legislature. And I don't keep up with all that stuff as well as some of y'all might. I'll just bring it up that I have been informed that as we're discussing this, they're discussing some of these same issues, and we need to be aware that state legislators might be looking at this as our being in a place where we're trying to influence what they do or push them in what they do. And I'm not saying that for any other reason. That is, I hope everyone around this horseshoe is aware of that situation. it's not as critical as sometimes we might be discussing issues that are in our judiciary branch. Sometimes we don't need to be discussing things that are being brought before some court. In this case, we just need to know that this might be maybe influencing decisions in what's going on with our state legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Justice Lopez.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that again, the resolution does not make any legal ordinance. We are not mandating that anyone do anything. The resolution is about an attitude that we are adopting as a county towards others, and it is a county that I do think sets a good precedent for how we should treat all people. All people should be treated with fairness, dignity, and so forth. As it regards to dual sovereignty, that is just in a situation which, let's say, and this is ad extremum, that tomorrow the federal government decided to ban bubble gum, right? We would not then, dual sovereignty would say then we do not technically have to enforce that, right? We have a choice to make. And I apologize if that might be a gross misinterpretation, but that is my interpretation. It's not saying that what we're doing is just not applying the law or federal law, but it's just that we reserve the right as a state or a local ordinance to have our own laws. And that's the principle of federalism, if I'm not mistaken.
I have Justice Massengill.
Yeah, a statement was made that if you don't adopt this or don't support this ordinance, that you don't welcome or care about these protected classes. I will say that it absolutely is not the case. In every class listed here, I have people in my life that I love and care about. And so I just think this ordinance is unnecessary. When I look at those people, I don't think of them as what class they're in. I think of them as being human beings. So I'm not supporting this amendment because I think it's unnecessary.
Thank you, sir. I have Justice Lemming.
I'd like to make an amendment that you strike 36 through 45. And if we could strike that, I'd support it, but if not, I think it's
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to strike 36 through 45. It's whereas the Supreme Court versus Prince versus the United States, 521 U.S. 898, 1997, further reinforces this principle by ruling that the federal government may not require states or local law enforcement officers to execute federal law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is there any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. You just don't pop up.
I wonder why.
I don't know. You're not pushing the right buttons.
Thank you
But
very
we're
much.
not finished. It hasn't been passed.
I just want to speak to a couple of things that have been mentioned. And first of all, we're talking about the motion. I'm sorry. Is that
Correct.
the
Amending,
amendment?
removing.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you. But then I had some more comments, but if we need to vote on that first, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of striking line 36 through 45, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it. Line 36 through 35 has been struck. I will say, before Justice Coger, this resolution represents an unnecessary expansion of local government into areas beyond its proper scope. County government should focus on core functions, roads, public safety, and basic infrastructure, rather than issuing rather than issuing symbolic declarations about social inclusivity or welcoming status. This diverts the quorum court's attention and resources from tangible issues like crime, taxes, and economic growth that directly affect all citizens. Under the Constitution, we have a Bill of Rights, and that all people were created equal, and we're all guaranteed. I have always been against, as a minority, I have just as many rights as anybody else, because I am one of those that says all are created by their Creator with unalienable rights. And that's a pursuit of liberty, life, and happiness. We have a new Secretary of the Treasury, and I liked what he said. My private sex life is my private life, and it has nothing to do with my ability, with my thought process to carry out what I'm doing. And I agree with that. And I think a lot of this is to lump immigrants together and refugees. With all due respect, I think you're doing them a disservice. And like I said, as a minority, I know how they feel. The 10th Amendment cited in this resolution cited that reserves powers to the states or people, not to local bodies of virtue signaling. We as a government have nothing to do with this. By signaling out our immigrants, refugees, and LGBTQ+ individuals for specific affirmation, the resolution contradicts its own stated principles that all individuals are created equal. We all are created equal. I oppose identity politics, arguing that laws and policies should apply uniformly without carving out special protections or recognition for a particular group. This approach risks fostering resentments among other residents who feel excluded from the resolution's focus. I don't agree with you get special protected rights. We all should get protected rights. True equity doesn't require spotlighting certain demographics. It demands treating everyone the same, regardless of status or identity. Highlighting specific groups could also invite accusations of pandering or favoritism. By emphasizing diversity and inclusivity as defining traits, the resolution could paradoxically weaken the shared values that a community holds. Unity comes from common principles, from liberty, hard work, and family, not elevating differences or catering to niche identities. This risks turning Washington County into a patchwork of competing interest groups rather than a cohesive whole. A focus on strengthening our community bonds sounds noble, but prioritizing specific populations over others might breed division and disharmony. The resolution's goals of safety, access to services, freedom from discrimination are already covered by federal and state laws, including the U.S. Constitution and Arkansas statutes. This resolution is redundant, adding no real value while signaling moral superiority. If everyone's rights are already protected, why are we doing this? I believe that this resolution is in search of a problem. It expands government scope, risks undermining legal order, prioritizing identity over equality, and burdens taxpayers with vague, feel-good promises. I think we as a county and a government, a better approach is to stick to limited, practical governances that serves all the residences equally without pomp or price tag. What is your point of order?
I believe we have an amended resolution. I think we need to verify that those that made the motion to
But there
pass
wasn't a
and second
second.
it still agree with the amended and hold their motion in second.
All in favor, say aye.
No. Who made the motion?
I don't know.
The motion to amend was
No. Who made the original motion to pass? You sit with the amended. Your motion still stands.
I made the motion, I accepted the friendly amendment from Jacob.
Okay. And the person that made the
I thought we
second
all said
still
aye.
stands. That's all. That's one to make sure we had. So we do have. Thank you.
We all said aye. To the amendment, it passed. Yeah. I have a motion and a second to call the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The ayes have it.
That calls the question. Now you have to vote on the resolution.
There you go. Is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, point of order, I wanted to comment on some of the things that were said. I didn't get to speak 2 times on my resolution.
Please state your name and where are you from?
My name is Laura Villegas, and I'm from Springdale. I want to comment on this resolution, which I support totally from the point of view of my Christian faith. Welcoming visitors with warmth and kindness is an essential part of Christian hospitality. The Bible speaks pretty often about the importance of welcoming strangers. For example, these verses, to name a few, tell us to love our neighbor as ourselves. Romans 13:9, Leviticus 19:18, Matthew 7:12 and 22:39, Luke 6:31. Then there's the parable of the Good Samaritan in Luke 10:29 through 31, which illustrates the importance of compassion and those in need, regardless of their background. And Hebrews 13:2 says, "Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for by so doing, some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it." By opening our hearts and homes to those we do not know, we demonstrate the love and hospitality that God calls us to show to all people. So, by declaring our county to be a welcoming county, we would certainly be following in the Christian tradition. I think that this is a very important resolution. I think that words do matter. And I think that since all of you supposedly represent everyone in the county, that this would show them that you welcome your constituents. What is wrong with that? So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address, please.
My name is Lee Turner, and I reside at 590 North Rockcliffe Road in Fayetteville. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance. As a mother and as a citizen, I'm the mother of a trans child. This is not something that they would choose. This is someone that they are. Someone would not choose a life that is this hard. And my child lives in fear now, and they've recently taken drastic steps to change their appearance so that they will fit in and not be an easier target for violence. They live in fear, and I live in fear. This is real. And this isn't just semantics. When people are valued, they do live their lives to the fullest. And I think all the groups who are marginalized, who are perceived to be outside of the majority culture, deserve to have that same equality and live their lives to their fullest. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, I'm Gladys Tiffany from Fayetteville, and I want to really thank the body for refining this movement, this, what is it? This is a resolution, thank you. This resolution to actually make it feel more comfortable for you to accept this, because I know that I could hear in your voices the way that, or most of your voices, the way that you really were working to figure out how to be as inclusive of people as you could, and I was very moved by that. I think that in thinking of Northwest Arkansas as a place that is a thriving area and that we all appreciate that so much, and the way that our immigrant population actually participates so fully in building a good workforce that really has been such a benefit to the area and building that thriving sense. And I would really like to encourage you to just step into your heart on this and recognize that, yeah, the potential for inclusion is really in so many ways good for all of us. And that by taking this one little step, we can just make it a door that is open and welcoming to the workforce that we need here.
Hello, Court. My name is Edward Karsis. I live at 13866 Pin Oak Road, Fayetteville. Like a speaker earlier, I have a trans child. My trans child does no longer exist in the eyes of the law. My trans child is afraid. Every trans person I know is afraid. Every person I know who's Marshallese, well, I shouldn't say that. Well, I should say that. Every person I know who's Marshallese is afraid, not necessarily for themselves, but for their community, because their community is being picked on. Every person who's not white is afraid. Identity politics might be something where if somebody who was white was afraid, somebody who was black was afraid, somebody who was Spanish was afraid, or brown was afraid. But it only said, only those Spanish people, only those brown faces can be protected. Not the white faces, not the black faces. We're not talking about that. The resolution talks about, as J.P. Washington said, everybody. But it talks especially about those people who are afraid, like my son. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have 2 minutes left. If you, well, you go ahead and start. Please state your name.
Yes, hi. Good evening. Thank you all so much for entertaining this important resolution that J.P. Koger brought forward. My name is Sonia Gutierrez. I'm a former city council member. I live in Fayetteville, and I just wanted to read this to you. It's very short. It's not the full 3 minutes because I knew I had 3 minutes. So, my ancestors are indigenous Americans of the Apache, Comanche, and Mayan tribes. My ancestors are also from Europe. It is my honor and privilege to speak on behalf of 2,000 immigrant workers who are active members of an organization called Arkansas United. It's a 15-year-old nonprofit based here in Washington County, and they serve and advocate for immigrants in Arkansas. 750 of these members live and work and pay taxes here in Washington County. You are their representatives. I am also here on behalf of their families, their friends, and their supporters. We are their community. Exactly 1 week ago, while I was driving through the beautiful mountainous southern end of our county, off of South Black Oak Road. Does anybody know that beautiful road? I love that road. That's currently where I'm living, off that road. I can't disclose the address because it's not my address. But I was driving off South Black Oak Road with my daughter, and out of the blue, not one rainbow, but 2 rainbows appeared. I don't know if anybody else saw that. Beautiful sight. I pulled over my car. I got my daughter together. We opened the top of the roof of the car, and we popped out our heads, and I said, Clara, look at that.
You have 30 seconds.
Rainbows carry with them myriad meanings, but having been raised a good Christian girl, I was taught that rainbows are a promise of God's love, and that the fact that 2 of them showed up was a double sign. That is why I believe that at the core of this resolution, the love and promise that with no conditions we are all loved and created equal, no matter our status or identity. That is why I ask your support for this resolution declaring Washington County as a welcoming and inclusive community for all.
Thank you. Your
You're
time
welcome.
is up.
Thank you all so much.
You're welcome. With that, all in favor of passing, no, all in favor? And I deny it. All in favor, raise your hands. I can.
You did? Did you call for a roll call? We need a ruling from the parliamentarian. I didn't hear that. Where's the parliamentarian?
It is the chair's priority whether or not you're going to have a roll call. I am following Robert's rules.
So we're asking for a ruling.
Mr. Allen, call the roll.
Justice Wilson.
This is our vote on the resolution.
No. Justice Massengill. No. Justice Rivera Lopez. Yes. Justice Lyons. No. Justice Ecke.
No.
No. Justice Dean. No. Justice Washington. Yes. Justice Coger. Yes. Justice Dennis. Abstain. Justice Hires. Yes. Justice Rios Stafford. Yes. Justice Lemming. Yes. Justice Ricker. Yes. Justice Pond. Yes. Justice Bruns. No.
So that's 7. It's 8-4 in favor. There you go. It passed. That's it. We have another committee meeting. You did. It just wasn't on here. Yeah, I don't have it. I would think so. Mr. Runs, I believe since this is an appropriations item, it was in the finance, budget and finance.
We voted to add it to this agenda.
But it was added to this agenda. This is, all right, we've got to take it up. This is, Mr. Bruns, go ahead if you want to introduce this. I don't have this. I don't agree.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing this tonight for me. So I have a letter that I sent to everybody, also with the qualifications for this applicant that we have. I'll just go through this letter real quick, try to make this quick as possible because I know we've had a long night. After a nationwide search for GIS manager, we secured Gunter Cody. Mr. Cody holds a Bachelor of Science in Geographical Information Systems from Oregon Institute of Technology. In addition to his BA in GIS, he brings with him 9 years' experience in geospatial intelligence analyst for the United States Air National Guard and geoinformation systems analyst with the city of Fayetteville in their GIS department. Due to the knowledge and experience he has obtained during his time far exceeds the minimum requirements for this position. I would like to request that Mr. Cody be hired at the amount listed on here for 2025. This would place him at a step 5 on his position grade. This request is consistent with the hiring rate policy under the Washington County Jobs Evaluation Salary Administration Program. I would ask that you make this effective on his hire date. The current budget for this position is not higher than what we are requesting at this time, so there is no need to ask for any increase on the position for the 2025 budget. If you see, the attached are all his accomplishments and that he has done for the years. I'd like to add that I have a staff of 38, including myself. In my 10 years plus as assessor, I've hired just over 40 people in that time. This is only the second time that I've asked for a person to higher start than the normally allotted grade level. The other time prior to this was in December of 2017 when I was able to secure an incredible talent with 20 years experience at the county level and 3 at the state. We've done a lot of amazing things in the assessor's office. One of the greatest contributions I made is when I hired who is now my current chief of staff. This addition here that we are looking at for GIS manager, this was a position we created back in 2020 when we realized we had a large number of duplicate maps that were created. So we decided to create the GIS manager position in order to make data management more efficient. Since we are the creators of the base map that everybody in the county, cities, and regional planning uses, it made sense that this position would rest in the assessor's office and be the lead GIS effort for the county. And so we've been doing that for the last number of years. We did lose a really good GIS manager. It took us over a year to find this guy. We have gotten very, very lucky to get this guy. I've checked his background, and he's not anyone unfamiliar. We've worked with him for years through the city of Fayetteville and all the planning that he's done there. As a matter of fact, our own IT department, when they were bringing on a GIS analyst, they asked him to sit in and interview that applicant to work for the county. And now we get the opportunity, and I can tell you the other GIS folks are excited to have him. I talked to Keith Macedo, who is currently the interim chief of staff for the city of Fayetteville. He worked directly under Keith. He said, "You got a gem." I also talked with Shelby Johnson, who is over the Arkansas State GIS for the entire state of Arkansas. I saw him last week, and his exact comment was, "You got top shelf if you can get this guy." And so he, again, he's not someone that we're just going out there crossing our fingers. I consider it like having the opportunity to pick up Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback. We've got that opportunity in the county. It's rare. And I really want to make sure that we get him off to the right start. Typically, we started a new system where you can go up to a step 3 It requires special quorum court to take this up, or I don't take this lightly. Again, I've over 40 hires in the past. This is only my second time to come and ask for this special exception to the rule that we can get this special person to do an incredible job for our county. And I just ask for your vote on this. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Hill, what would he normally be if you're hiring this position? You place him at step 5, but normally it would be a step what?
You can go up to a step 3 with a justification letter to the HR department, and you also fill out a form showing the reasons why. Anything higher than that, then we would need to go to the quorum court, and I show you his list of qualifications and experience, and then let the court.
Yeah, with all due respect, and you know me, I'm all for employees, but we just passed a STEP program, and it seems like you want to skip to the front of the line. And I understand, but I'm going again.
Oh, I'm not again.
Well,
this is my second time in 10 plus years, and this is only for a very exceptional opportunity to capture a great talent like this.
but it is going to cost the county money, say like in the next budget cycle.
Well,
Not
go
the
up.
2025, but in
Yeah, it
going
covers for
up.
2025. Well, yeah,
Right.
everybody would go up a next step, and
Right,
that would
and
be,
another step.
and that would, well, yeah, everybody will be. That's the new STEP program that people.
Yeah, that we passed. That's what I'm saying. We just passed this STEP program, and now we're finding exceptions to the rules. And everybody wants an exception to the rule. It seems like in my position, but anyway, I have Justice Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, this sounds like a really exceptional hire. For the public's just knowledge, can you kind of explain in layman terms the importance of GIS to our county?
Yeah, so GIS does, well, it handles how we do our property values, our mapping. They did GIS with what you guys spent the last couple hours on, working with your zoning. They create there's several different departments that create layers. And we found out there were a lot of departments that were creating similar and same layers. And then we have to store all those layers on a data system. So this guy's going to come in and help manage all of that and make sure that we aren't paying extra for data that we don't need, that we're not doing extra labor that we don't need. It helps with the infrastructure, working with regional planning and the city's GIS department. So this guy's going to be the main coordinator that everything that we do. There's a lot of times we have, I was actually contacted last week by economic development. There is a major person wanting to come in and do a very large investment in Washington County and offer over 100 jobs, also into a particular city. And so that is something where we can take all of that information and run it through our systems using maps to tell the story of here's all the data and here's how you read this, so that companies like that can attract we can attract companies like that to the region and help create a prosperous and growing Washington County and manage it properly. It's an extremely, when we created this position, this was what we called our legacy hire. And it can definitely take us to, but you need the right guy to do it. You can't just find anybody. Mm-hmm. The first time it took us 2 years. This time it took us over a year. We've got a great guy. He deserves every bit of it. I want to make sure he's happy, and I want to make sure he stays.
I know of Keith Macedo over the city of Fayetteville. I've heard that he has a really great team. So congratulations on finding somebody from.
Yeah, we felt very lucky and blessed to be able to get that. So again, this is not something that, I mean, I've hired 40 other people, and this is the one exception that I make for this. So this is not any, I mean, this is completely out of the normal and something I wouldn't have sat through all this for if I didn't believe that this is what our office needs and what our county needs.
Thank you. I've got Justice Pond. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Willie Lemming was next. I apologize. Where are you? There you are.
I just make a motion that we send it to full quorum court for a due pass resolution.
Wait a minute. I have Justice Pond.
Thank you. Russell, what percent of your GIS man expenses, I mean, as far as his employee, being an employee, what percent comes from the general fund?
Yeah, so we are funded. It will come from our general fund. So this would be, it'd be 9%.
So
of his entire
we're talking
salary.
9%
affects county general.
And the rest of it is paid by the schools.
Approximately 82% by the schools, and then 7% by the city.
So, you know.
Yeah, and that leaves about 9% for the county.
We're responsible, you know, we're just talking about 9% of it overall. But at the same time,
it would
we got to be the clearinghouse for, you know, we got the voice that says, well, yeah, the schools ought to pay this, and the cities or we're approving that the schools and the cities pay the rest of this. So I just would like to remind the people around the horseshoe, just what this guy's doing is not, it's just not basically all coming from us. He's got to have a lot of backing from the cities and the school system. And I had to ask because I don't know that every employee that you have, it's done that way. But you have my support, sir.
So the impact to the county general would be approximately $720.
I have Justice Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a great resume. I dealt with GIS people when I got out of the Air Force and was working for a company, and it was in its infancy stages at that time. But just, again, I need to go through a couple of questions I would have done prior, but since I didn't see it till I got here, I just need to, in my head, check some boxes. So you don't need a budgeting. You already got this in your budget, first of all, for this year. So
correct.
We don't need to increase your budget. When you look at somebody that you would hire at the step 3, the minimum requirements, what does that look like?
Well, it'd be somebody that has some prior experience, and that's what makes it very rare for county government, especially in the assessor's office. It's a rarity that you get somebody that comes in that has any type of experience of what we do. We almost have to train them from scratch. But when you get somebody that comes in that's got government experience, that has this particular skill set, which, I mean, you've got to have great communication skills, you've got to have great IT skills, and you've got to be able to map. And he fits the bill on all 3 of these.
So if I were to interpret what I think I just heard, the minimum skill set would be they know what GIS is, they've worked with it, they may not have worked with it from an assessor standpoint, but that would be your minimum.
Correct. Yeah, and I would say the bonus that we get with that too, yeah, that would be our minimum. He'd have to have some sort of experience with GIS.
You take him, you train him into the assessor, and you get all this. You know, you have to train him and build him up to, you know, a lot of stuff that, again, it's a great resume. I'm sorry, and remind me. And again, I apologize. In the step, there's a total of 10 steps.
10 steps.
So we're
correct.
starting him in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when I did this back in 2017, we had a different program where you could go up midway to the first quartile. Now, this guy, my chief of staff, we took him equivalent to step 10, and that passed through flying colors with no problem at all. He had 20 years experience plus 3 more at the state level. This particular guy, too, it makes it really extra special, is he's got built-in buy-in because he's been working with everybody in the GIS community in Washington County. So they know him at Springdale. They definitely know him.
He's been driving GIS in the whole area with the city and different things. So, okay. Thank you, sir.
I have Justice Dennis, and then we're going to.
Thank you,
Public
Madam
comment.
Chair.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Hill?
Yes.
I've been around this horseshoe quite a while. And you've not asked a whole lot of any of us for anything. But I like to know, I'm not smart enough to know very much about what a GIS technology and information manager
Geographical
is.
Information Systems.
But I could spell it because you had it written down.
Right.
And And so I looked it up, and high side, 137,500, low side beginning, 68,512. So in the middle was 85,756.
We're below that.
So I'm all for you. You say it, you've got it.
Thank you for trusting me.
I expect my taxes down though.
Yeah.
We're lowering them $100.
Yes.
That credit went to
Hello.
600. So
Now we're talking.
yeah.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? I mean, we have public comment, sorry. Wait a minute, one more. Chief?
Thank
Ms.
you.
Bennett?
And I don't doubt that this gentleman is an amazing hire, okay? But we have a system in place that each and every one of you around here voted for. The RISE program was voted in to maintain a consistent method across the entire county for fairness. What we put in place was a step 3 maximum. It wasn't a step 3 with coming to the quorum court
Minimum.
to go above that. It was a step 3 maximum. If the paperwork was filled out properly and it went to HR and all the steps were followed, which I'd like to say that none of that took place, okay? It was never brought up there. I have an email here from one of the justices here on this horseshoe right now that it's from September 25th. And it's basically from some of your constituents and the questions that they had about the step pay plan. And one thing in here that they had was from employees. It was number 4. It said, employees would like to see stops in place to prevent elected officials from requesting over-the-top increases for some of their employees. That's what this is. We have a current GIS manager for the entire county. Now, this gentleman will be just for the assessor's office, but we have a current GIS manager that covers everything for the county. He's one grade above what this gentleman is brought in at. However, the step that he is on, after 21 years, he's going to be making less than what this man will be paid starting out. And he's a longtime employee of the county. I don't believe that's fair. Now, there's a few more things I'll let Director Bennett speak to here, if that's all right.
Sorry, I didn't know I was going to be speaking twice. Just a couple of points of context that I think it would be really important for you to understand. Number one, we actually already hired him. He started this week at the step 3, so he's already accepted the offer at the step 3 and started. Number 2, to your point, we already have a GIS manager who covers the entire county that is a grade higher at a step 4 with more experience. We just passed a resolution about equity and inclusion, and here we are not being fair and consistent. The whole point of the STEP program is that we are fair and consistent. That is, if I want to be known for anything, it's that I'm fair. And if we bring in someone at a step 5 and we go against this policy that we just passed, the precedence that we're starting is that we are not going to be consistent. You just hired a female at a step 3 because I followed the process. I have more experience, but I followed our policy. So now you've got a female at a step 3, and now we're gonna come and hire a male at a step 5. I absolutely agree that his hire is a great hire. He did a fantastic job identifying a candidate, and we have hired him successfully at a 3. So my ask is that we be consistent with our policy that you just passed and that we're equitable and fair. Thank you.
I'd like to add that she is also a great hire. She has brought years and years of service to Washington County, of prior services. She brings the knowledge to Washington County. And she came at a big pay cut to come to us because we were following the rules that were set in place by this court. And I mean, we have an established pay plan that we just set. We're not even 3 months into it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Hi. One moment. After this, Justice Coger, if you could please. Would that be fine? Thank you. Hi. What is your name?
My name is Willow Mendez, and I am the GIS analyst that Cody Gunter, stood on the panel for when they hired me, and I absolutely believe that he is worth the money that Russell is propositioning to pay him. Me and the GIS manager of Washington County would wholeheartedly agree with that. And if you're bringing in the GIS manager's pay into consideration, maybe that needs to be reevaluated also.
Thank you. I have Justice Koger. I have Justice Koger.
Thank you. I just had a question for the Chief of Staff. Why did this not go through JSAP?
There is no JSAP.
There is no JSAP, but we have an ordinance that says we have JSAP.
Well, the new pay plan that was voted in here is what took place of that. The new pay. Okay. The new pay plan that was voted in here took place of JSAP. So as far as I'm aware, it's non-existent. I mean, nothing's been met or anything since then.
I didn't
So
know.
that would be a question better for each of you here, but that's all I
I
can
did
speak
not
to that.
realize that that did away with JSAP. Well, who makes decisions now on catastrophic leave?
HR.
And did we pass an ordinance to do that?
Well, I'm not sure how it was done before, but I believe HR has always been in the mix with catastrophic leave. I mean, that's something that's different from what we're talking about right here, so I don't want to speak out of line to that. But
Okay, thank you.
okay.
So I wasn't going to address this issue because I don't like to air dirty laundry, but when we created our GIS manager position before IT. And then Sydney Reynolds, who was the IT director at that time, came to me and asked, hey, we would like to create a GIS manager as well. Can we use your job description? I said, sure, that's fine. And we had the understanding that our guy would be the lead guy because, again, we're constitutionally bound to create the map that every GIS office in Washington County uses. Without our map, they have nothing to work off of. And so it made natural sense that we would be the lead on that. They used the same exact job description. Some point in time later on, when Patty created Gradar, that same job description, it's now that the current GIS that they said is graded at a 20, it's the same description that my guy is a 19. So there's been a lot of miscalculation and a little bit of moving some things around within the old HR director. I'm so happy we have Jessica with us now. But there was a lot of that going on. I bit my tongue on it, that why do two same job descriptions, other than the fact that my guy oversees 2 GIS techs and the other one oversees 1. So there's been a lot of things that haven't been done right. We have historically, throughout this, if someone has someone with that position, there's nothing wrong, out of line, or illegal for us to be able to go to the quorum court, and the quorum court check and verify everything that we're doing, and then if you choose to pass it, it's fully within your right to do that. And that's what I'm asking for you to do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say, we passed that STEP program. We just passed it with the guidelines that everybody was supposed to abide by. So now we have a motion and a second to pass it on. We just had public comment. Is it open for public comment? Open for public comment. Might as well get sleeping bags out.
This is this meeting.
Hi. Leave it? Okay. Catherine Baker, 1739 North Carolina Drive in Fayetteville. I just want to remind you guys that you did just pass the STEP plan. The STEP plan has a rule that new employees can only come in at the level of 3, and there's not a mechanism for the quorum court to come in and amend that later, as my understanding of the policy. The reason we were so excited, and the employees of Washington County were so excited to pass the STEP plan,
Get closer.
is that over the years, we have seen the more energetic elected officials come before the horseshoe and get raises and get people coming in at a little higher and getting job descriptions reevaluated and getting their department's salaries a little higher. And if you're under another elected official who's not as extroverted, no one ever comes to talk to you guys about anything about pay. And we created huge discrepancies in the county. It was a major source of frustration for employees, as you might imagine. And so the resolution for that was to pass the step plan so that every employee, regardless of who they're working under, is graded the same, under the same rubric, and has the same opportunities to advance their salary. What you're being asked to do tonight is to disregard all of that and make an exception. And that is exactly the thing that employees are watching you to see if you will do, because then we're just right back where we started from. And it's one elected official lobbying for their group, while another one might not, but maybe another one does. We're asking you to please apply the ordinance that you passed fairly, consistently across the county. Many employees, especially recently, have come to the county that are very overqualified for their positions. Just like our new director of HR, we did not come forward and ask for raises outside of the quorum court rules. We followed the rules. We came in, we took the job at the salary that was presented. We knew that coming in. This employee has already accepted the position at grade 3, which is what is on offer to any employee of the county. I'm not arguing about his resume. I'm sure he's amazingly qualified. It sounds like it. There are dozens of us around the county that are amazingly qualified. We're asking you to be consistent, be fair. Don't let the person standing in front of the microphone sway you to take an action that will be seen adversely by the other 600 employees of the county. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I thought you already made the comment. No, I thought it was about JSAP, wasn't it? Wasn't it about JSAP? Yeah, she already asked the question. We have a motion. I don't know who made the motion and a second. I have Justice Lemming, who made the second. Justice Dean, to approve this, and this will not go to the full quorum court. I believe it would just pass tonight. Position?
My motion was to send it to the quorum court. That was my second.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it. It's past my bedtime. Would you please call the roll?
Justice Wilson? No. Justice Massengill? No. Justice Rivera Lopez? Abstain. Justice Lyons? Abstain. Justice Ecke?
No.
No. Justice Dean? No. Justice Washington? Yes. Justice Koger? Yes. Justice Dennis? No. Justice Rios Stafford? No. Justice Lemming? Yes. Justice Ricker? No. Justice Pond? Yes. Justice Bruns? Yes. Five yea,
9.
7 no, 2 abstain.
Motion fails. With that, this meeting is over, correct? Oh, we're going to take... Public comments is only necessary after a meeting when it's a quorum court, I do believe. It's on the agenda. Any public comment? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Can you save it?
Sure.
Really?
Can you hear me okay? All right. Sherry Main, 15451 Riches Road, Fayetteville. I just wanted to comment again on the, what I had commented earlier, and what I believe in the agricultural and some of the stuff being tightened up and firmed up. I want to point out from October 11th, 2016 to to March 10th of 2025, there have been 8 appeals on cups. In 9 years, 8 appeals to the circuit court. 2 cases are open. 1 has currently been filed and is still in litigation. 1 case was sent to the Arkansas Supreme Court after it was appealed. So on it, arguing the arbitrary and capricious and all of that, and that you've made a mistake and you're afraid to get sued, I don't buy any of that. We just need to tighten up the rules. People who are stickler for rules need to follow them. I want to comment just one thing, that this is an answer to a complaint that was filed by Washington County to an injunction that Washington County filed against a particular operator operating an agri business in West Washington County. The defendants state that their activity on the subject property is agri in nature, in that their goal is to change the topography of the subject property so as to make it amendable to agri uses. So the intent is not agri. They said this in their statement in the litigation. So if you want to look that up, it's 72 CV-243042. That's what we need to tighten up, is the wording. And also under Arkansas Code 1417-207, what you've done tonight by amending the planning and zoning freedom, whatever it's called.
You have 25 seconds.
Taking out 5, you've now changed it. It has to go back for a public meeting to the planning board, according to ACA 1417-207. If the quorum court modifies the plan, it has to send back for further consideration to the planning board with instructions to conduct a public hearing on the modifications. That they may modify or reject
Your time
the
is
plan
up. Thank you,
and
Ms.
send
Faye.
it back.
This meeting's
So
adjourned.
let's follow the rules.
What? Was that too hard?
I'll bet you $100 bill if it come in face to face. It ain't hard to figure it out.
Yeah, I'll get it sent out. Yeah, I was having an issue. I couldn't even get it to pull up on the computer here. Yeah. Yep. All right there.
All right, everybody, welcome to the March Finance and Budget Committee for Washington County. So first item is the adoption of the agenda.
Make a motion.
All right, key your mic, please.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda.
But you're going to add something.
And I would like to add to the agenda appropriation ordinance, ordinance number 2025, amending county jail operations and maintenance.
So you want to add item 2025-0025, which has to do with the sheriff's
Yes, sir.
county jail operation. We'll add that as number 12. Is there a second? We have a motion to add the addition of 2025-0025 to the agenda. I have a motion by J.P. Dean, a second by J.P. Stafford. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All those against, no?
Mr. Chair, I have another motion.
So we will add that as number 12. All right, J.P. Ecke.
Thank you. With it being such a late hour, and since the reports are already in our package, I ask that we allow the treasurer, Mr. Angel, and whoever else is going to give just a report or a recap, that they can go home since the agenda, and it's posted. So that's my motion.
So I have a motion and a second to remove items 3, 4, and 5, the reports from the agenda tonight. Motion by J.P. Ecke, a second by J.P. Koger, correct? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Good night.
All right,
Sleep
gentlemen, thank you
tight.
very much.
And
Apologize for
pleasant
keeping
dreams
you.
to
Have a-
you. Oh, you're welcome. Good night.
So that moves us on to item number 6. Which is an appropriations, ordinance creating the Emergency Operations Center Construction Project Fund and for other matters pertaining thereto. We've got the construction of the County Emergency Operations Center is underway. Will require additional funding, which I think we all knew. And so what this does is it creates the Emergency Operations Center Construction Project Fund and appropriates the total amount of $200,000 from the general reserves to that fund. J.P. Ecke?
I'd like to make a motion to pass this on to the full quorum court with the due pass recommendation.
Okay, I have a motion from J.P. Ecke to pass this all to the full quorum court, the due pass recommendation, a second by J.P. Dean. Any discussion? J.P. Lemming?
I'd like to know kind of a cost, kind of how much we're going to just keep throwing at it. I'd like to know some numbers. I mean, I understand we've got money set aside from ARPA's, and I don't know how much, but I just don't want to give them $200,000 this week, another month, another $200,000. Can we get anybody to talk on that?
I know it's red. There you go. I think they're doing it as they need it, so they may come back several times. Instead of, because once you move it over there, by law, you can't move it back to general if you don't use it. And it's just sitting there, and I guess you could do, we could find a way to do that, but that's against state statute.
So we put this together, we had an estimate, we had so much funds that were already compliant. We knew at that point what we thought the gap was going to be. Do you remember what that gap was?
Off the top of my head, I think it was $5 million coming from ARPA and another $3 million coming from general reserves, but that's.
Is that for EOC?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think at max, it would be like 1.8, max, because, yeah.
When we did the whole estimate.
Right.
So,
yeah.
so.
That's right. Correct. Correct. Right. Right.
So you're going to start on the general fund before you spend the $8 million that we've already got set aside?
We're spending money right now out of ARPA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
we're starting to spend that money. The thing why we have to do that is because Bobby, the way he has to report to the federal government, he had to go per contractor and say, this is what this contractor is going to get, this is what this contractor is going to get, this what this. So he maxed out that 5.8, whatever it was, 4-point-something million with those funds on those contractors. So if there is contractors outside of the ones that he reported to the federal government, that's why that fund has to be created with them.
Thank you.
So we more or less have allocated that 5 million.
It ain't spent, it's allocated.
The contractors already.
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Thank you very much. My question is, it says that this is for money to cover items that are not covered by ARPA. What exactly, I mean, is this for then, the 200,000?
Truthfully, I'm not exactly sure, because eventually that figure is going to be closer to $1 million and up. Right now, we don't have that much flowing that's non-ARPA money, but we do have to appropriate some. It's just creating an account, really, in my opinion.
Okay, well, I don't want to appropriate 200,000 if I don't know what it's going for.
Yeah.
Well, so to summarize, right, just.
Yeah, summarize is going to go towards the.
Let me summarize my understanding.
Okay.
And hopefully, you know me, I just try to help, right? My mic's not on? Turn myself off, what about that? So we had a total estimate for the EOC of X. I don't remember what it was. We had, what, 5.8, I think is what I'm hearing from ARPA that we put against that. We've allocated that to contractors to be compliant with federal government regulations that we had to do.
Correct.
So that's all allocated and will be paid out to those contractors as they do the work.
Correct.
We have contractors coming in doing more work in the EOC that needs to be done that would cover that gap that we knew we would have at one point. I think I heard 1.8, Comptroller, is the gap that we knew we were gonna have to fund somehow, grants or whatever. So this 200,000 is part of that 1.8, which is gonna go pay contractors that's not being paid by the ARPA fund, but they're doing work now.
Correct.
I mean, the specific line items of the work, I don't know anybody here knows that, but it's again, the construction of the EOC as a whole.
Right, the total,
Does that
the
help
total
or hurt?
figures on the EOCs, and I'm not sure if this includes architectural work and engineering, but it's $7.2 million, so. And we've you guys allocated like 5.8 or something in the ARPA funds.
And we don't want to go put 1.8 in that fund because, Treasurer, we can't put it back later.
And if we gain access to other funds, like grants or whatever, you know, then we.
Then we don't need the whole 1.8,
yeah.
we're going to cover it through other things.
That's right.
Okay.
I guess my question, what I was really trying to find out is why whatever we're talking about here is not covered by ARPA.
Why, I'm sorry, repeat that.
Why is whatever it is that we're voting to pay for right now, why is it not covered by ARPA then?
Because the way you have to report to the federal government in the portal, Bobby has to say, okay, these contractors are getting this, these contractors are getting this, these contractors are getting this. So then there's gonna be some, I don't know what it might be. It might be plumbing, it could be anything, truthfully, that's going into the project. If a contractor that we didn't report to the portal that's allocated in that 5.8 million, they do some work, we have to pay them, we're gonna have to pay them out of the county general.
Okay.
So, and specifically, right now, we don't know exactly what that is.
Due to federal regulations, we have it allocated. He took the first set of contractors, I assume, that's going to do a whole lot of work, and we said, this is how much we're going to pay them.
That figure's gonna go, that figure's gonna go up, that 200,000.
Okay.
It's really just, in my opinion, establishing the account, in case we get ones or twos, you know. Yeah.
JP Lemon?
Bobby, how much is sitting in the reserve that we're stealing out of?
Well, I can't say that.
I got all night. Yeah, I do.
We have about 14.6 million in general reserves as of today.
14.6. And we can only go down, we have to leave 5 million in that for the holdover? Or is or we got that somewhere else?
Talking about the
carryover for the state.
holdback we do on
Holdback
the
for
budgets?
state, yeah. Is that
yeah,
in
but
that
it
figure?
wouldn't- It'd just be
Say 5 million, so you're about 10 million?
1.4 million.
Huh?
We would have to not spend.
Right.
We're not gonna go down that far.
Okay, well, that's 14.6. That's in there before you move the 200,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Public comment? Seeing none, we will,
For due pass recommendation.
sorry?
Send it to the full quorum court for due
Yeah, we
pass.
have a motion.
Oh,
from-
second.
We have a motion from JP Ecke and a second by JP Dean to send it to the full quorum court with a due pass recommendation. You're behind. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. This will pass on to the full quorum court. The due pass recommendation. Item 7, an ordinance anticipating additional revenue in the amount of $10,157 in the law enforcement grant fund. So, I mean, this is normal. We're getting more funds from a grant. We've got to bring that into the general fund and put it into the appropriate. Okay. You don't want to listen to me, huh? So JP Pond, you made the motion. JP Ricker, you second it, correct? Oh, all right. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, so we have a motion by J.P. Pond and a second by J.P. Lemming to pass item 7 on to the full quorum court with a due pass recommendation. All those in favor, aye? Aye. All those opposed? It passes on to the full quorum court. Keep going. Number 8, an ordinance amending the prosecuting attorney's budget for 2025. So this is the prosecuting attorney budget, wants to increase their budget for, I believe, some renovations. Sir, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Brandon Carter, prosecuting attorney for the 4th Judicial District. I couldn't be more happy to not be discussing overgrading any of my employees or zoning tonight. So we're seeking $11,000 added to our budget. You're seeing on the screen right here, this is a representation of the structure of my office. There's 51 employees down there, up there. 47 of them are state and county employees here in Washington County. I came here, the governor sent me here to finish Matt Durrett's term, and I was aware of a backlog of cases. After I got within the office, I learned that indeed there was a backlog of cases, and I have a mandate to end that backlog in the 2 years that I am going to hold this post. I also would like to create a situation where we don't get another backlog. The other thing that I realized in coming here is that we are completely out of space. And I will show you a demonstration of this here in a little bit, but we are crammed into the spaces we have here within Washington County. We have space on the first floor of this building. We have space on the 3rd floor of this building. We have 2 spaces on the south end of the old courthouse, and they're all completely crammed full. We don't have any conference room space that's our own. Until very recently, there's been some space created. We have one deputy prosecutor that is operating without an office, does not have a room or a door that they can close in the juvenile division. And we are completely out of file storage space down there. Now, I know there's no more square footage to have. I'm trying to make use of the square footage I've got through some of this purchase. I want to explain to you, and this is a longer graph than I intended to put together tonight, but we have 2 ways that cases come into our office. Arrest without a warrant, arrest with a warrant. Without a warrant, they go from to the jail, they go to a hearing at the jail courtroom, they go to an arraignment a little later in the jail courtroom, and then proceedings commence upstairs in divisions 5 or 7 until their case is taken to disposition. The other way that cases come into our office are law enforcement comes and requests a warrant, prosecutor's office approves the warrant, court issues the warrant, they make an arrest on warrant, and then that process that I described earlier takes place. I explain all that to kind of explain what I'm wanting to do with this money. And I think it's important for you to all understand, I know you're interested in sort of the backlog of cases, so this will give you some background. For the first 9 weeks of this year, we have disposed of 826 cases. So by disposed, I mean convicted, dismissed, tried, anything that disposes of a case to disposition. 826 so far as of last Friday. That's an average of 91 a week. Same time period last year, exactly 300 cases less, so a 57% increase. 2 years ago, 459 cases in the same 9-week period, so an 80% increase. I say all this to tell you that the court system is moving much more efficiently and faster than it was a year ago or 2 years ago. We are on pace this year to dispose of about 4,000 cases this year. Total number of cases, just to give you some context, that were filed in 2023 is 2,602 cases. So the perceived backlog that exists in the court system, and it's not perceived, it's an actual backlog, I think will only be a perceived backlog, I hope, by the time this calendar year is over and we're running a normal, efficient court system. Keep in mind this data is only felony cases. It doesn't include the misdemeanor cases, it doesn't include juvenile cases, it doesn't include family in need of service cases, which are also things that my office handles. I want to be able to make the felony court dockets continue to move at an efficient pace. And the way cases come into our office and the number of cases that come into our office is important for this context, in that we're going to talk about my case coordinators. The case coordinator's office within the prosecutor's office is the hub of the office. They are essentially the body within the office that is responsible for keeping the wheels of justice turning in an efficient manner. There's a number of things they do. They intake the warrant requests, they intake arrest notices, they create the initial file in the office. That means they run an NCIC criminal history. They do the docketing, the data entry to our docketing software. And when I mean docketing, I just mean the calendaring of the case on the court's calendar. They initially docket the case for that arraignment that takes place at the jail. They attend those arraignments at the jail 3 times a week. They put us on notice of who the defense counsel is so that we can send discovery. So this is something they did about 2,600 times last year, and I anticipate they'll do the same number of times this year. 3 employees currently share these duties. It is my plan in the coming months, because I've learned the docketing part of this, the keeping the court's calendar part. Traditionally, that's something that within the prosecutor's office, it was like an extra duty of a paralegal. This court system is running so fast now, and there's so much volume that that's a full-time job. You know, it's my intention to reallocate some duties where it is somebody's full-time job within the office just to run the court's calendar to keep the wheels turning. So that'll be a department of 4 employees at some point in the coming months. This additional employee, again, they will keep the dockets and the calendars for Judge Taylor and Judge Bryan's courts. This office also will close the files at its disposition. That's why I say it's the hub of the office. They open the file, they see it through the calendar all the way through, and they'll close it at the end. They'll then report it to NCIC if we have a disposition. So the current space these 3 people are using, I want to show you here. This is their space. That's about the size of a Chrysler minivan that they work in. That's just 2 angles of the same room. There, 3 people are working in it. You'll remember the very first quarantine, and I'll put that picture back up there if you're not through looking at it. But as I understand it, there's been some drama in that office too because of the close proximity. We're trying to fix that to some degree. You'll remember the first quorum court meeting I came to, and I talked about hot checks. Hot checks is an area of our office that the use of it is going down drastically. This is the current hot check space. It's kind of a big open room that has 2 desks in it. And then, ironically, these file cabinets that are on the left side of that room, those are actually the case coordinator's file cabinets, but there's not room in the room they're in to put them, so they go get them in this space. What I want to do with this $11,000 is turn that hot check room into a room that houses 4 people and their files, essentially. That doesn't mean that we're not going to use this hot check area furniture. There are 2 places within the office that we can reinstall this, so we're not putting things to waste within the office. So we're gaining space under the same square footage. That Chrysler minivan room, there's a lot of different things we could use that space for then. I'm not sure if I ever want to come and ask for future employees after what I just asked, but if I ask for future employees, we could put them there. We don't have any conference room space. I could put together a conference room, in that space. We could perhaps convert some spaces to equipment storage or file storage, and I'm going to show you this picture. This is where our law clerks work. It is literally a closet that we've put some desks in. I'd like to fill that with file cabinets, and maybe I could put the law clerks who are only there part-time in that crammed little Chrysler minivan room. They wouldn't have to like each other because they won't all be there at the same time. Law clerks, we have 5 total, but 3 that we house in this closet space, but rarely are they there at the same time. So, conference room space. Okay, right now there's no conference rooms in the prosecutor's office. there's no space within the office where an entire division can hold a meeting. So Division 7, Judge Taylor's court, there's 11 lawyers that work in that court. Division 5, Judge Bryan's court, there's 5 lawyers that work in that court. We don't have any room within the office that either one of these groups can meet as a group in our current configuration. We don't have any trial preparation space. This is a trial prep room from an office I used to work in. It's a conference room with a marker board on the wall. We don't have anything like this. It's not ideal, and if you don't work in this area, and I didn't realize this until I started doing this kind of work 20 years, it's not ideal to meet with a witness or a victim in your office and to have a physical barrier, particularly if it's a sensitive case like a rape or a sexual assault or something with a child. You don't want to meet with them in your office with a desk between you and them. Most of our offices hold 3 people, too. Somebody behind the desk and a couple people on the other side of the desk. Oftentimes these meetings have 4 or 5 people in them, a couple of lawyers, a victim witness advocate, maybe a law enforcement officer, maybe a witness. We don't have a space to do that right now. Judge Deakins, I don't know how familiar many of you are with this office, but Judge Deakins provided us with a room that we can make into conference room space. It was already in my office. When we moved into the first floor space, there was an old lobby there from when it was the public defender's office that was just wasted space. You'd walk in there, there was a counter that we did not use because our lobby's upstairs on the 3rd floor. And it was literally a room you would just pass through to get to the offices in the prosecutor's office. Judge Deakins and his staff with buildings and grounds were good enough to rip that countertop out for us and finish the walls where I now have a room, but I need to furnish it with a conference table. So I went and got 3 bids from 3 different companies. I don't know how appropriate it is to list the companies here, but on your screen you're seeing the 3 companies. The bids were anywhere from $22,000 down to $13,000. Now I'm asking for $11,000. What I learned was that one of the companies had a great price on that hot check area to put the 4 workstations in. Another company had a great price on the conference room furnishings. If you extrapolate both of those things and put it together, it is a little more than $10,000. In fact, the conference room furniture that we're looking at, a lot of it's slightly used stuff to keep costs down. So in the case coordinator's office, this company, Innovative Business Solutions, to do what I showed you the floor plan of there, that's remove the current hot check furniture, put it in 2 different offices, put 4 workstations in there. It's about $5,713. The conference room, to equip that room with a conference table and about 15 chairs, 14 or 15 chairs, $4,507. That's $2,221.13. I'm asking for 11. I'm asking for 11 in case there's some sort of an unexpected overage, or if we need to buy a monitor like this to put on the wall of that conference room, or some marker boards or things to make it trial prep space. I have tried to make this as good a use of the money that our taxpayers are paying as I can. And I've tried through this to use the square footage that I have within the walls of my current office to make this court system continue to run efficiently with the group of people I have and the resources I have. I just need to be able to furnish it. So that's why I'm asking for you all to amend the prosecutor's budget by $11,000. And I'll take any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the detail very much. JP Koger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I thank you for bringing this and for telling us about the bids that you got, because we don't usually hear that part. And I make a motion to send item number 8 onto the full quorum court with a due pass resolution.
JP Lopez. Thank you. Okay, I have a motion from JP Kogar with a second from JP Lopez to pass this on to the full quorum court to do pass recommendation. Additional discussion. JP Lemming, push the right button.
I just want to tell him thank you and sound like Sarah sent us a good guy, and he's going to work hard for us. Empty our jail out for us.
Any additional discussion? Public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on. I have a motion by J.P. Koger and a second by J.P. Lopez to pass item number 8, thank you, on to the full quorum court to do pass recommendations. All those in favor, aye? Aye. All those opposed, no. That will pass on to the full quorum court to do pass recommendation. Item number 9 is an ordinance recognizing additional revenues in the amount of $10,377.60 in the supplemental juvenile court grant fund and appropriating the same amount to the supplemental juvenile court grant fund of the 2025 Byron AOC JAG grant for Division 8 budget. Okay. J.P. Pond, you seconded that? Any additional discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, I have a motion by J.P. Ecke and a second by J.P. Pond to pass item number 9 on to the full quorum court with the due pass recommendations. All those in favor, aye? Aye. All those opposed, no. That will pass on to the full quorum court with the due pass recommendation. Item number 10 is an ordinance creating a fund for the Tonytown fire dues and for other matters pertaining thereto. So it was decided Tonytown elected to levy annual dues for the Tonytown Volunteer Fire Department, annual property tax statements, and this is creating the fund to maintain that. So I have a motion by J.P. Lemming and a second by J.P. Ecke. Any additional discussion? Public comment? So I have a motion by J.P. Lemming and a second by J.P. Ecke to pass item number 10 on to the full quorum court to do pass recommendations. All those for, aye? Aye. All those against? Now pass on to the full quorum court to do pass recommendation. So the item number 11 is a resolution expressing the willingness of the Quorum Court of Washington County, Arkansas to utilize federal aid funds for the Wheeler Road Clabber Creek Bridge project. So this is basically a resolution indicating that we're willing to commit to this grant fund and do the split. It's an 80-20, 80% federal and 20% local. So, J.P. Ricker, your motion, I'm lost, sorry. And who seconded? Did you, J.P. Ecke? Second. Oh, J.P. Dean. Who? Willie. You guys are going. Okay, additional discussion, J.P. Lemming.
Well, I would like to know how much money we're talking. 20% of $2 is not bad, but 20% of several million is bad on bridges. And I know we need to work on bridges, but basically all this is a resolution. It gives us no power, but it says here the Quorum Court pledges its full support and hereby authorizes it to spend all the money we can. But how much? Does anybody know?
Do we know what the total budget is for this?
I think they've got to have the resolution to apply for the grant.
That's right.
Oh, is that what this is, a resolution just to apply for a grant?
Right, you have to have a resolution for it to send in the grant application.
Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission. Who is that? Who is the Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission?
Well, that's that commission that Hawkins was director of for a while.
Okay.
That we talked about during the discussion. Additional discussion? Public comment? Seeing none, I have a motion from J.P. Ricker with a second from J.P. Lemming to pass resolution number 11 onto the Quorum Court with a due pass recommendation. All those in favor, aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It will pass on to the full Quorum Court with a due pass recommendation. Item 12 is the one we added. It's an ordinance amending the county jail operations and maintenance budget for 2025. There were some projects that was, Sheriff, you want to come up? You're probably better. Forgot you were back there. Everybody else left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, I sincerely apologize for getting this to you at this late hour. We had tried to get this on the February agenda and missed it by a few days and made an assumption that it would roll over onto March, and then for whatever reason, you didn't get it till tonight. So I apologize for that. I hate getting these things at the last minute, just like you all do. But at this late hour, I'll try to cut to the chase. The long and the short of it is, the bulk of these projects were started in 2024 for various reasons. They weren't able to be completed in 2024, so the 2024 money can't be spent over into the 2025 budget year, and so we just need to reappropriate that money that we didn't spend in 2024 that was budgeted and approved for these projects over to the 2025 budget year. The only exception to that, or the big exception, is our security fence. We determined that the sewer line for the new COVID mitigation project was going to require a bore under the jail, and that became kind of precarious because we didn't want to hit one of the piers. There's several pier and beam structures on that jail, so it was decided to just route the sewer line around the building and through the fence, and it was going to be a little cheaper, and we didn't risk damaging the building or hitting one of those piers. But that puts the sewer line and the manholes outside of our secure fence. And in a jail setting, that's not a very good situation so you would like to have all that behind a fence. The fence that we currently have is reusable. It'll just need to be moved. We're going to help with some of our detainee labor to remove the concrete from those posts. We'll do that with some of our labor, and that will help, has helped lessen the cost a little bit. So we'll move it to the far perimeter of the facility near the walking trail, and that'll be its final resting place for my
Appreciate it.
tenure,
And just
for
to
sure.
point out, this is not coming out of the general fund. It's coming out of the unappropriated reserves in the jail operations and maintenance fund.
Correct.
Okay. J.P. Lemmy?
I'll just make a motion that we move the money from the 2024 budget to the 2025 budget so he can spend it.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make the motion to send it to full quorum court with a due pass representation. Blah.
So I have a motion from J.P. Lemming and a second from J.P. Dean to pass this item number 12 on to the full quorum court with a due pass recommendation. Any discussion? J.P. Koger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff, can you tell, what construction is in progress that we're talking about here?
Well,
I think I knew last year, but I don't remember.
right. Well, one of the projects was the fire alarm system. It has reached the end of its life, so we started replacing that in 2024. The contractor that was doing that, doing a good job, but he was having trouble getting supplies and getting his parts, and when he would get parts, they were the wrong parts. So that just delayed that project over into this year. He just couldn't get the parts he needed to get that fire alarm replaced. We determined or discovered that our emergency generator transfer switch has failed, and so it does not automatically start, and so we have to go manually start it if we have a power outage. And let me tell you, it gets really dark in that jail for the 5 minutes or so it takes to find your way to the generator room and start that generator. So that was happened at the very end of 2024. We had to go out for bids, and so that project couldn't be done until we got the bids in, and so that's one of them. Our front office remodel that we appropriated money for last year.
That's what I couldn't remember.
We
Okay.
discovered that was over the state's limit for a project that doesn't require an architect. So if you spend over $250,000 on a project, the state requires you to have an architect. This was $360,000. And there's no structural change. It's just moving some walls and adding some doors. But we still had to get an architect. So that delayed that project beyond our control into this year. So that's one of them. We had planned to upgrade the doors into the east annex, where we have a lot of public meetings and training. And the Fayetteville Glass we've issued a purchase order. They couldn't get the parts to get that done. So, they're confident they'll get them as soon as we get the money appropriated.
Okay.
So those are the big things. And then the fence, obviously, is
Thank you.
one of the big ones.
It was a front office remodel that I couldn't remember
Right,
because that's
right.
where you were putting protective glass.
Right, we want to put protective glass in that front area where our clerical staff work. It's not the same county as it was in 2005 when we built that jail. We get a lot of sovereign citizens in. We get a lot of disgruntled citizens in, and we just think it's prudent to try to protect our civilian staff who are up there working that window. And then the other part of that project was to take our old dispatch center. We did the merge with Central EMS and took over our training room and got a really nice center down there, but that was just unused space where our old dispatch center was. And we want to convert that into some usable space for our deputies that work in transport, and then move those folks over there, and then take our property and property room and move it back into where transport was. So
Okay.
Just some little small remodel stuff, but it ended up being more than the state allows us to do without an architect.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And thank you for, Mr. Chair, for pointing out that it was coming out of the unappropriated jails reserves because I hadn't noticed that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Additional discussion? Public comment? Oh, no, you something else. I know what he wants. Sorry. No public comment. So for item number 12, was motion by JP Lemming, second by JP Dean. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, I'll pass on to the full quorum court to do pass recommendation. JP Dean?
Yeah, I'd like to place items 6 through 12 on the consent agenda.
So I have a motion by JP Dean to put items 6 through 12 on the consent agenda for the quorum court. Do I have a second? I have a second by JP Lopez. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you, everyone. I know it's a late hour. Appreciate everybody that stuck with us. Everybody have a great rest of your week. The meeting's adjourned. Hey, Lisa.
Sir, how are you doing? Oh, I'm alive.